I still remember the chill that seeped into my bones that October, not just from the turning weather, but from something far more insidious. Looking back now with the benefit of hindsight and a gut-wrenching understanding of how deeply I messed up, it's clear the signs were always there. Tiny fractures in the ordinary, which I in my youthful naivety dismissed as nothing more than glitches in the matrix of my quiet college life. I was 20, a junior at a state university nestled in a sprawling, anonymous city. My name is Alex, and back then my world revolved around computer science, ramen noodles, and the quiet hum of my laptop. I wasn't the life of the party, not by a long shot, more like the shadow in the corner, content to let my code do the talking. My social life, honestly, existed mostly within the confines of online forums and collaborative coding projects. My friends were the ones I could ping at 3 a.m. about a stubborn bug, not the ones I went out with on Friday nights. This suited me just fine. I was comfortable in my digital cocoon, believing it to be a safe, controlled environment where I could thrive. My apartment was a cheap, drafty place on the outskirts of campus, usually littered with takeout containers and textbooks. My life was simple, predictable. Wake up, attend lectures, spend hours in the computer lab or hunched over my own machine, maybe hit the gym if I remembered, then repeat. My digital footprint, I thought, was as mundane as my physical one. Student loan statements, utility bills, a few social media profiles I barely updated, and an online portfolio for my coding projects. Nothing flashy, nothing to attract attention. I prided myself on my online hygiene, strong passwords, two-factor authentication on everything important, a healthy skepticism of suspicious links. I genuinely believed I was untouchable, too small and too careful to ever become a target. That right there was my biggest mistake. My initial, fatal vulnerability was a misplaced sense of digital invulnerability. The first hint that my carefully constructed digital world was softening around the edges came not from a dramatic hack, but from something so subtle, so innocuous that I barely registered it at the time. It was a Tuesday evening, late September, and I was deep into debugging a particularly stubborn piece of code for a class project. My desktop was a mess of open windows, a symphony of flickering lines and error messages. I was pulling an all-nighter, fueled by stale coffee and the desperate hope of seeing green compile messages. Around 2 a.m., I took a break, stretching my stiff neck. I decided to check my personal email, just a quick glance. That's when I saw it, an email from my university's registrar's office. The subject line read, "Action required, course enrollment update." My stomach tightened instantly. I hadn't made any changes to my enrollment. I was meticulously planned out for the semester. My first instinct was a flicker of panic. Had I accidentally dropped a class? Was there a fee I'd missed? I clicked it open, a knot forming in my gut. The email itself looked perfectly legitimate: university logo, proper sender address, official-sounding language. It stated that due to an administrative oversight, some students' course schedules might have been inadvertently altered, and I should click the enclosed link to verify my current enrollment and make any necessary corrections. Now my training as a computer science student had drilled phishing awareness into me. I always checked URLs, looked for subtle grammatical errors, hovered over links before clicking, but this time it felt different. The sender address was exactly right. The university logo was crisp, the language, while a bit stiff, was standard bureaucratic fare, and the urgency of action required gnawed at me. The last thing I needed was a messed up schedule messing with my already tight academic plan. Against my better judgment, a tiny voice of doubt whispering in the back of my mind, I hovered my mouse over the link. It displayed the university's actual domain. My heart hammered, but I couldn't see any obvious red flags. I clicked. It led to a login page that looked identical to the university's official portal. My student ID and password. I typed them in, my fingers feeling heavy. The page refreshed and then nothing, just a generic "thank you for verifying your information. Your course schedule will be updated shortly." A wave of relief washed over me. False alarm, I thought, just some university bureaucracy doing its usual thing. I shrugged it off, closed the browser, and dove back into my code. It wasn't an earthquake or a sudden power outage. It was quieter than that. It was the feeling of a single, invisible thread being pulled from the fabric of my life. A tiny, imperceptible shift that, in retrospect, was the opening spark. The moment the first minor anomaly occurred, planting the seed of dread I wouldn't recognize until much, much later. That "thank you for verifying" message faded from my memory faster than a compile error. I went back to my code, the stubborn bug still mocking me from the screen. The immediate crisis of my project overshadowed the fleeting worry about the university portal. My digital cocoon, I thought, was sealed tight once more. The brief disturbance just a phantom tremor. I was wrong, of course. It was an invitation, a quiet click of a lock giving way, and I, the unwitting host, had just opened the door. The very next morning, the first whisper of an echo from that click reached me. It was subtle, easily dismissed. I woke up groggy from the all-nighter and stumbled towards my laptop to check for any urgent messages before heading to my 9 a.m. lecture. My university portal was still open from the previous night's frantic debugging session. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. My course schedule was displayed and something was off. My advanced data structures class, usually scheduled for Tuesdays and Thursdays, now showed an additional session on Mondays, an optional recitation hour I'd never signed up for. It wasn't a mandatory change, just an added slot. I stared at it, bewildered. I hadn't added any recitation. I didn't even want a recitation. My schedule was already packed, and frankly, I preferred to tackle problems independently. I mumbled, frowning at the screen. I tried to remember if I'd clicked something accidentally, perhaps in my exhaustion. It was plausible. I often navigated multiple tabs in Windows, my brain a blur of caffeine and code. Maybe I'd clicked a stray button confirming an optional add-on without realizing. It wasn't a big deal, I could just ignore it. Still, a faint prickle of unease started to spread. It wasn't like me to make such a casual change without conscious intent. I logged out, then logged back in just to be sure. The Monday recitation remained. Shaking my head, I decided to deal with it later. First coffee, then data structures. The day progressed, my mind consumed by the usual academic grind. The recitation minor anomaly was relegated to the back burner. It wasn't until late that evening, back in my apartment, that the next tiny fracture appeared. I was winding down, browsing my usual online forums, a tight-knit community of open-source developers I frequented. I'd been participating in a discussion about a new Linux kernel patch, offering some thoughts on its stability. As I scrolled through the thread, I noticed a comment attributed to my username, posted just an hour ago. Totally agree with the sentiment here. The performance gains are negligible, and the potential for memory leaks outweighs any perceived benefit. Stick to the stable branch, folks. I froze. I hadn't posted that. I'd read the thread, yes, but I hadn't chimed in. My opinion on the patch was actually a bit more nuanced, leaning towards a wait-and-see approach, not a definitive dismissal. In the language, folks, it wasn't quite my style. I usually kept my forum posts concise, technical, and a touch more formal. This sounded breezier. My heart gave a little jolt. Had I sleep posted? Was I more tired than I thought? I checked the timestamp again an hour ago. I'd been in the campus library an hour ago, cramming for a midterm. I definitely hadn't been on the forum. I quickly changed my password for the forum, just in case. I ran a quick virus scan on my laptop. Nothing, no alerts, no suspicious activity detected. I rationalized it away. Maybe I'd left the forum logged in on a public computer once, though I was usually meticulous about logging out. Maybe a friend had used my account as a joke. No, my friends weren't that type, and none of them knew my forum login details anyway. It was baffling. Still, I chalked it up to an odd one-off. A momentary glitch. I was starting to accumulate a few too many glitches. The pattern, if you could call it that, was that these were all minor, easily explainable with a stretch of imagination. A forgotten click, a moment of exhaustion, a phantom login. They weren't disruptive enough to trigger serious alarm bells, just faint, annoying buzzes in the periphery of my awareness. Then came the email from Professor Davies. Professor Davies taught my operating systems course, a notoriously difficult class. He was a stickler for deadlines and meticulous about grading. His email arrived 2 days after the forum incident, right as I was about to submit the first major project for his class, a multi-threaded process scheduler. I'd poured countless hours into it, debugging until my eyes blurred. The subject line was crisp, regarding Project 1 submission, Alex Chen. My stomach clenched. Had I messed up the submission format? Was there a problem with my code? I opened it, my heart thumping. Alex, I received your submission for Project 1 earlier today. While the code appears functional, I noted a significant deviation from the specified requirements regarding mutex implementation. The use of condition variables in Task Scheduler C is non-compliant with the project spec. Please review the rubric carefully. I'm providing an opportunity for resubmission, but this will incur a 15% late penalty and must be received by tomorrow evening. Professor Davies. My jaw dropped. Received your submission earlier today, but I hadn't submitted it yet. I was literally on the verge of hitting the submit button, double-checking the last few lines of my documentation. In condition variables, I hadn't used condition variables. The assignment explicitly required mutexes for thread synchronization. I knew this. I had built my entire scheduler around mutexes. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my careful composure. I quickly navigated to the university's online submission portal. Sure enough, there was a submission listed under my name, time-stamped for that morning. I clicked to view it. It was my project, or at least a version of it. The file names were correct. The general structure was familiar. But as I scrolled through Task Scheduler C, my blood ran cold. The code inside wasn't entirely mine. There were sections, specifically the synchronization primitives, that had been altered. My elegant mutex implementation had been replaced with a clumsy, inefficient use of condition variables, exactly as Professor Davies described. It was a functional mess designed to fail. Someone had submitted my project. Someone had changed my project. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't me forgetting a click or sleep posting. This was deliberate. This was malicious. My hands trembled as I stared at the screen. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Had my laptop been compromised? A roommate? I didn't have one. My apartment was always locked. My computer was password protected. I had strong antivirus software. And who would even do this? Another student? A rival? I wasn't important enough to have rivals. My social life was too sparse for that kind of drama. The phishing email, the enrollment change, the forum post, it all slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. The thank you for verifying page, I hadn't just logged in. I'd given my credentials to someone who was now using them. I immediately changed every password I could think of: university portal, email, banking, social media, all my coding repositories. I enabled two-factor authentication on anything that supported it, even if I already had it enabled, just to be sure. I felt a desperate need to seal myself off, to rebuild the digital walls that had apparently crumbled around me. I spent the next few hours in a feverish frenzy, running every malware scan imaginable, checking system logs for unauthorized access, reviewing my browser history, scrutinizing my network connections. Nothing. My laptop appeared clean. No obvious infections, no unfamiliar processes running. It was as if the changes were happening silently, remotely, leaving no trace on my local machine. The Professor Davies email, however, was a tangible threat. A 15% penalty was significant for my GPA. I had to address it. Taking a deep breath, I drafted a careful email back to him, explaining the situation as best I could without sounding completely unhinged. Dear Professor Davies, I am writing to you regarding your email about my Project 1 submission. I assure you that I had not yet submitted Project 1 this morning. I was in the process of finalizing my documentation for submission later today when I received your email. I have just checked the submission portal and can confirm that an altered version of my project was indeed submitted from my account. I believe my university account may have been compromised. I can provide the original, unaltered code for Project 1, which utilizes mutexes as per the specifications. I would be grateful if you could consider this explanation and allow me to submit my correct project without penalty. I understand the seriousness of this issue and am taking immediate steps to secure my accounts. Sincerely, Alex Chen. I hit send, my heart still pounding. The idea of approaching the university IT department filled me with dread. They would probably just tell me I'd clicked on a phishing link, which to my shame I had, and then tell me to be more careful. They wouldn't understand the insidious, invisible nature of what was happening. They'd treat it as a routine security breach, not the chilling, personal invasion it felt like. Professor Davies replied surprisingly quickly. Alex, I appreciate your prompt explanation. While unauthorized access to university accounts is a serious matter, the integrity of project submissions must be maintained. I will allow you to resubmit your correct Project 1 by tomorrow evening. However, the 15% late penalty will still apply, as the original submission was indeed made under your credentials. I advise you to report this incident to the university IT security team immediately. Professor Davies. A cold knot formed in my stomach. The penalty still applied. It didn't matter that it wasn't my fault, not really. The system saw my account, my submission. The rules were the rules. The unfairness of it burned, but there was nothing I could do. I was already starting to realize that the rules of the game had changed, and I was playing by an entirely new, unseen set of parameters. I resubmitted my correct project, took the hit to my grade, and tried to focus on my other classes. But the incident had rattled me to my core. The digital world, my sanctuary, my chosen domain, now felt like a minefield. Every email, every login, every click was eyed with suspicion. My concentration waned. Sleep became a luxury, often interrupted by vivid, unsettling dreams of code mutating on screens, of unseen hands typing furiously at my keyboard. Days bled into a week. The immediate flurry of password changes seemed to have worked. No more weird forum posts, no more unexpected schedule changes. I cautiously started to breathe a little easier, telling myself it was over, just a bad scare, a lesson learned. Then the physical world began to mirror the digital. It started small, almost imperceptibly, just like before. My apartment building had a small shared laundry room in the basement. I usually did my laundry on Sunday afternoons. One Sunday I went down with my basket only to find the 2 washing machines already in use. Annoying but not unusual, I decided to wait. After about 15 minutes, one of the machines finished its cycle. I waited for the person to come down and retrieve their clothes. They didn't. After another 10 minutes, I checked the tag on the machine. It wasn't one of the apartment numbers in my building. It was a blank, handwritten tag with AC on it. AC Alex Chen. I stared at the tag, a creeping sense of dread washing over me. No one else in the building had my initials, and I definitely hadn't started a load of laundry. I knew for a fact my laundry basket was still full of dirty clothes in my bedroom. I opened the washing machine. Inside were a few items of clothing, a dark hoodie, a pair of jeans, some socks, none of them mine. They were roughly my size, but the fabric, the style, everything was subtly wrong. This wasn't my laundry, but it had my initials on the tag. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. It was too specific to be a coincidence. But how could someone have put my initials on a laundry tag, put clothes in a machine and left them there? Was it a bizarre prank? It felt more sinister. It felt like a deliberate, physical intrusion, a taunt. I quickly took my clothes back upstairs, my desire to do laundry evaporating. I checked all the locks on my apartment door, double-checking the deadbolt. I peered through the peephole, scanning the empty hallway. Nothing, just the oppressive silence of an old building. The next incident was even more unnerving. I was a creature of habit, especially when it came to my computer setup. My keyboard and mouse were always in the same precise spots. My monitor was set to a specific brightness and color profile. One morning I woke up, and as I sat down at my desk, something felt off. My mouse was slightly to the left of where I usually left it, and the monitor's brightness seemed to have been cranked up a notch. It was barely noticeable, the kind of thing you'd dismiss as your own forgetfulness or a momentary bump. But I was absolutely sure I had left them in their accustomed positions, and the brightness setting was something I rarely touched. It was a subtle violation, a suggestion that someone had been in my space, fiddling with my things even when I wasn't there. The apartment was still locked. There was no sign of forced entry. My windows were latched. My paranoia, once a nascent flicker, was now a roaring bonfire. I started taking mental snapshots of my apartment before I left, trying to memorize the exact positions of objects, the angle of a curtain, the slight tilt of a book on my shelf. I wanted proof. I wanted something concrete to cling to, something that screamed intrusion instead of just, "Alex, you're imagining things." I confided in one of my online friends. Ben was a year ahead of me in his computer science degree at a university on the West Coast, a brilliant coder who specialized in cybersecurity. We'd collaborated on several open-source projects, and I trusted his judgment implicitly. He was the kind of guy who could dissect a network packet in his sleep and spot a zero-day exploit from a mile away. I messaged him through our encrypted chat, pouring out the whole story. The phishing email, the scheduled change, the forum post, Professor Davies, the laundry, the mouse and monitor. I tried to keep my tone rational, analytical, but I could feel the tremor of fear underneath. Ben's reply came quickly. "Damn, Alex, that's heavy. Sounds like you definitely got fished and they used your credentials to cause some trouble. The project submission is particularly nasty, but the physical stuff, that's a whole other level." "I know," I typed back. "That's what's freaking me out. It's like it's bleeding from digital to physical. How could someone know my initials or know my apartment or get in without a trace?" "Are you sure no one has physical access?" Ben asked. "Like a cleaning service for the building, a landlord who has spare keys. Could someone have picked your lock?" "I don't think so," I replied. "It's a small building, older, no cleaning service for individual apartments. The landlord lives 2 states away and I haven't seen anyone suspicious around. And my lock is a deadbolt, pretty sturdy, no signs of tampering." "Okay," Ben typed, "let's break this down. The digital part is classic identity theft amplified. They got your credentials probably through a sophisticated keylogger on that fake login page. They're using your accounts to mess with your academic life and online presence. The goal seems to be disruption, annoyance, maybe even to damage your reputation or grades. But why you? Are you working on anything sensitive, any enemies?" I considered this. No, nothing sensitive, just student projects. My online presence is minimal. I don't get into online arguments. And I honestly don't have any enemies, digital or otherwise. I keep to myself. "That's what's weird," Ben mused. "Usually there's a motive, financial gain, revenge, political. This seems personal but without a clear target. And the physical stuff, that implies local knowledge, someone near you. Are you sure you haven't pissed anyone off?" "Absolutely positive," I insisted. "My life is literally code and ramen. I'm practically invisible." "Invisible targets are sometimes the easiest," Ben countered. "Less noise, less resistance. Look, Alex, you need to escalate this. Report it to campus security, the police, your landlord. Get a new lock. Set up some basic physical security. Motion sensor lights, perhaps a cheap webcam pointing at your door." "I don't know," I typed. "I feel like they'll just dismiss me as paranoid. And if it's someone local, someone who knows my apartment, then reporting it might just escalate whatever this is." "It's already escalating, man," Ben said, his tone serious. "They're crossing lines, from digital pranks to affecting your grades to physical intrusion. This isn't just some script kiddie messing around. This is someone with resources and intent. You need to be proactive." His words echoed in my head. Resources and intent. The thought chilled me. It wasn't just a random act, it was targeted. Following Ben's advice, I bought a basic security camera, one of those cheap Wi-Fi enabled ones, and positioned it discreetly to cover my apartment door. I also ordered a new, more robust deadbolt to replace the existing one. It felt like an arms race, and I was desperately trying to catch up. The new lock arrived, and I spent a Saturday afternoon carefully installing it, feeling a small surge of satisfaction as the heavy mechanism clicked into place. I tested it repeatedly. It felt secure. The camera was set up and connected to my phone, sending me alerts for any motion detected. For a few days, nothing happened. The camera remained silent. No one touched my mouse. No laundry with AC appeared. The quiet hum of my laptop returned to its usual innocuous state. I started to believe that perhaps the steps I had taken, the heightened vigilance, had deterred my unseen tormentor. Then came the text message. It wasn't from a number I recognized, just a string of digits. The message itself was short, chillingly simple. "Nice new lock, Alex, but you forgot the windows." My blood ran cold. My phone slipped from my suddenly numb fingers, clattering onto the worn carpet. I scrambled to pick it up, staring at the message, reading it again and again. "Nice new lock, Alex, but you forgot the windows." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. No one knew about the new lock. I hadn't told anyone except Ben, and I'd messaged him through our encrypted chat, not SMS. The landlord didn't know. No one had seen me install it. It was installed from the inside. And the windows, my apartment was on the second floor. The windows were always latched, old, sticky things that were a pain to open. But they weren't secured with deadbolts, they were just latched. This wasn't digital, this wasn't even subtle. This was a direct, undeniable threat delivered with an intimacy that felt like a violation. Someone had been watching me. Someone knew exactly what I was doing, what physical changes I was making to my apartment. I ran to my windows, yanking at the latches, making sure they were fully secured. I pressed my face to the glass, peering out into the twilight, scanning the street below, the building across the way, the shadows in the small park. Nothing, just ordinary life, oblivious to the terror seizing me. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely type, but I immediately messaged Ben. "Ben, something just happened," a text message. "Nice new lock, Alex, but you forgot the windows. How could they know?" His reply was instantaneous. "Holy shit, Alex, that's bad, that's really bad. They're not just hacking your accounts, they're watching you. Someone is physically observing your movements." "But how?" I typed back frantically. "How did they get my number? How did they know about the lock, my windows? My apartment is on the second floor. They can't see everything from the street." "They could be in a neighboring apartment, Alex," Ben suggested, "or watching from across the street with binoculars. Or maybe they have access to your building. Did you check your camera? Anything?" I hadn't. In my panic, I'd forgotten about the camera. I pulled up the app on my phone. Nothing. No motion alerts, no recordings of anyone at my door. The hallway outside my apartment had been empty, according to the camera's timeline. "My camera didn't pick up anything," I told Ben. "It only covers my door." "Then they didn't come to your door to see the lock," Ben deduced. "They saw you install it from a distance, and if they got your number, that implies a deeper compromise. Have you checked your phone for malware or your cell provider for unauthorized access?" The questions spiraled in my mind, each one opening a new abyss of fear. My phone. Could my phone be compromised too? I hadn't even thought about it. I mostly used it for basic communication, no sensitive files, no banking apps. But if they had my number, if they were sending texts directly? I decided then and there I couldn't handle this alone anymore. Ben was right. This was beyond a simple hack. This was stalking. This was a real-world threat. I needed help. Real, physical, official help. My first thought was campus security. They were usually good for lost IDs and bicycle theft. I called their non-emergency line, my voice tight with a mixture of fear and embarrassment. Explaining the situation was even harder than I'd anticipated. "So you're saying someone hacked your student account, changed your project, and now they're sending you threatening texts about your apartment's security?" The officer on the phone, a gruff-sounding woman, summarized. Her tone was skeptical, bordering on dismissive. "Yes," I stammered, "and they knew I installed a new lock and they mentioned my windows. Someone is watching me." "Mr. Chen," she said, a sigh audible on the line, "we handle campus security. We can look into the account compromise with it, but physical stalking is a police matter, especially if it involves your residence off campus. Have you filed a police report?" "No, not yet," I admitted, feeling a flush of humiliation. I didn't know who to call first." "You need to call the city police, Mr. Chen. Tell them everything. We can't do much about off-campus issues or provide protection against a stalker. We can, however, suggest you change your university password again and enable two-factor authentication if you haven't already." I hung up, defeated. Their advice was practically a replay of my own initial naive security measures. They didn't understand the depth of it. Reluctantly, I called the city police. That conversation was even worse. The officer who took my report sounded bored, taking down my details with an air of routine skepticism. I recounted the whole convoluted story, the digital intrusions, the physical anomalies, the escalating threats. I tried to present it logically, chronologically, but it must have sounded like the ramblings of a paranoid college student. So to summarize, the officer said, her voice flat, you believe someone is using your computer science skills against you, messing with your grades, and now sending you anonymous text messages. Yes, I said, and they knew about my new lock. They're watching my apartment. Do you have any proof of this watching? She asked. Any photos, videos, witnesses? Do you know who this person is? No, that's the problem, I explained, frustrated. It's all subtle, and the text message, that's the only direct proof. Anonymous texts are hard to trace, Mr. Chen. Without a suspect, without any concrete evidence of someone physically present or harassing you, it's very difficult for us to open a full investigation. We can log your complaint, but frankly, it sounds like a series of pranks, or perhaps you're mistaken about some of these incidents. But the lock, I insisted. How else could they know about the lock? Could be a friend, a neighbor, someone who saw you installing it. Could be an old friend pulling a prank. Have you considered that? The dismissal was chilling. They weren't taking me seriously. They saw a young man, probably overly stressed by college, making mountains out of digital molehills. I understood their perspective logically, but emotionally it was devastating. I was alone. I reported the phone number the text came from, but the officer held out little hope. Prepaid burner phones are common for this kind of thing, hard to track. I ended the call feeling more isolated than ever. My carefully constructed digital world had been breached, and now my physical sanctuary was under siege with no one to help. Ben, however, remained steadfast. Don't give up, Alex. This isn't just pranks, this is targeting. Since the police aren't being helpful, you need to take matters into your own hands. We need to find out who this is and why. How? I asked, my voice weak. They're invisible. We make them visible, Ben said, a determined edge to his voice. We turn the tables. You're a CS student, Alex. You know how to track things, how to look for patterns. Think like a detective. Every action they've taken, every digital footprint, every physical anomaly, it's all data. We just need to connect the dots. His words ignited a flicker of resolve within me. He was right. I wasn't helpless. I was a computer science student. I knew how to analyze systems, how to debug complex problems. This was just a very, very elaborate, terrifying bug. My first step was to secure my phone. I wiped it clean, factory reset it, and reinstalled only essential apps, being incredibly careful about permissions. I changed my phone number, a drastic step but necessary. I didn't want any direct lines to me that weren't under my control. I also bought a cheap, dedicated burner phone for emergencies and only gave the number to Ben and my family, explicitly telling them not to share it. Then I started documenting everything. I created an encrypted journal on my laptop, meticulously recording every suspicious incident, no matter how small. Dates, times, details, screenshots, my emotional state. I wanted a complete timeline, a ledger of intrusions. I revisited the initial phishing email. I had deleted it in my panic, but I remembered the sender address and the supposed university domain. I ran a search for the IP address associated with that domain. It came back clean, showing the actual university servers. This meant the attacker had spoofed the sender address, making it appear legitimate, and the link itself, while showing the correct domain on hover, had likely redirected through a deceptive intermediary before landing on their fake login page. They were sophisticated. I then went through my university portal logs. To my horror, I found a flurry of login attempts and actual logins from unfamiliar IP addresses in the days following the phishing incident. Some were from outside the country, others from various VPNs. My password changes had stopped the direct access, but the logs confirmed persistent, determined attempts. I checked the timestamp of the project submission. It was roughly an hour after I'd clicked the phishing link. They had wasted no time. The laundry incident, the AC tag, it was too specific. Was there a register of tenants in my building? A mail slot with names? I checked. Most residents just had apartment numbers on their mailboxes, but a few, like mine, had a small handwritten name label. Mine read Alex Chen. It was public, visible to anyone who walked into the lobby. A simple detail, but one they had clearly used. The mouse and monitor, the subtle shifts. These were harder to prove, harder to link, but combined with the text message, it painted a picture of someone entering my apartment, observing my habits, leaving faint traces. But how and when? My security camera covering my door had shown nothing. This meant they either weren't using the front door or they were circumventing the camera. If it wasn't the door, it had to be the windows. But my apartment was on the second floor. A ladder, climbing, it seemed far-fetched for subtle pranks, unless they were using the fire escape which ran past my windows. It was rarely used, often covered in rust and leaves, but it was there. The text message, "Nice new lock, Alex, but you forgot the windows." The implication was clear. They had been outside watching, and they could get in through the windows. I needed to secure the windows. Beyond just latching them, I went to a hardware store and bought security bars, the kind that wedge into the window frame, making it impossible to open. I also bought small wireless contact sensors that would alert my phone if a window was opened. It felt like I was fortifying a fortress, not a student apartment. My budget for ramen noodles was rapidly dwindling, replaced by expenses for locks and sensors. My academic performance was starting to suffer. My concentration was shot. Every notification on my phone, every unexpected email sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder, scanning crowds on campus, feeling like eyes were always on me. My code, usually my solace, now felt like a conduit for their intrusion. I struggled to focus, my mind constantly replaying the incidents, searching for clues. Ben kept encouraging me. "You're doing the right thing, Alex. Documentation is key. Physical security is key. Now we need to think about digital forensics. Can you get hold of the full email headers from that phishing email? The professor's email about the project? Anything that has IP addresses or server paths?" I dug through my trash bin, miraculously finding the original Professor Davies' email. I extracted the full headers and sent them to Ben. He promised to analyze them, looking for any breadcrumbs that might lead to the attacker's origin. The next few days were a tense quiet. The new window bars and sensors felt like a tangible shield. The camera feed remained blank, no new incidents. The silence, however, was worse than the activity. It felt like the calm before a storm or a predator simply waiting, watching. Then a new message arrived, not a text, but an email to my personal account. It was from an unknown sender, a string of random letters as the address. The subject line was chilling. "Are you enjoying your peace and quiet, Alex?" My hands clenched, my knuckles white. They knew I was trying to secure myself. They knew I was struggling with the silence. This wasn't random, this was a personalized taunt. The body of the email was brief, just a single image. I hesitated, my mouse hovering over the attachment. Every instinct screamed, "Don't open it." But my need to understand, to see what they were showing me, was stronger than my fear. With a deep breath, I clicked. The image loaded. It was a photograph. A photograph of my bedroom. Specifically, it was a close-up, slightly blurry shot of my laptop, open on my desk. And next to it, partially visible, was the half-eaten bowl of ramen noodles I had just finished for lunch, steam still rising faintly from it. The angle was high, looking down, as if taken from above my desk. My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. The ramen was still there. I had literally just finished eating it. This picture had been taken minutes ago. But how? My door was locked, my windows barred, my sensors armed. I was in the apartment. I was sitting at my desk, looking at my monitor, and my phone was in my pocket. There was no one else here. I lived alone. I slowly, very slowly, turned my head, scanning my bedroom. The small room, usually a source of comfort, now felt like a suffocating trap. The air was suddenly thick with unseen presence. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every mundane object seemed to harbor a hidden malevolence. My eyes darted to the ceiling, to the small, barely noticeable smoke detector in the corner. It was just a smoke detector, a standard, innocuous device. Right. But the angle of the photo, it was perfect for a camera disguised as a smoke detector. Terror, primal and overwhelming, seized me. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I was paralyzed, staring at the smoke detector, knowing with a sickening certainty that I had been watched, recorded, spied upon in my own bedroom for who knew how long. My entire world, my most private sanctuary, had been utterly and completely violated. The digital intrusions were one thing, the physical anomalies were another, but this was an entirely different level of invasion. This was an entirely different level of invasion. This wasn't just someone watching my apartment from afar or even slipping in while I was out. This was someone who had been inside my bedroom, installing a device designed to record my every move, my most private moments, right above my head. The ramen was still there, the steam a ghostly plume, connecting the digital image to my stark, horrifying reality. My sanctuary wasn't just breached, it had been converted into a stage, and I, the unwitting performer, had been on display for an unseen audience. My vision tunneled, the air in my lungs turned to lead. A wave of nausea washed over me, cold and clammy. I stumbled backward, knocking over my desk chair with a clatter that echoed deafeningly in the sudden, oppressive silence of my room. My eyes remained fixed on the smoke detector, that innocuous white disc, now a symbol of absolute terror. It pulsed with a silent, malevolent energy, a gaping eye that had seen everything. A guttural cry escaped my throat, raw and choked. My hands, still trembling, shot upwards, reaching for the ceiling. I didn't care about logic, about careful extraction. I wanted it gone. I wanted to rip it out, smash it, obliterate the proof of my violation. My fingers clawed at the plastic, tearing at the flimsy clips that held it in place. It came away with a sharp crack, scattering dust and plaster fragments onto my bed. It was heavier than it should have been, not just a simple smoke detector. My trembling fingers immediately found the small, almost imperceptible lens, barely larger than a pinhole, cleverly integrated into the grill, and a tiny flashing LED I hadn't noticed before, powered by something I couldn't immediately identify. There was a small, smooth section on the back that felt different, too dense. I fumbled for my utility knife, my mind screaming with a desperate need for answers, for understanding. With trembling hands, I pried open the back. Inside, nestled among the circuit board in a small battery pack, was a miniature camera module professionally installed, hardwired into the smoke detector's power, but also with its own discrete power source. And a microSD card barely visible. They hadn't just put a camera in a smoke detector, they had integrated it. This wasn't some off-the-shelf spy gadget. This was custom, sophisticated, and expensive. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a student rival. This was someone with resources, technical expertise, and an utterly terrifying dedication to violating my privacy. The initial digital intrusions, the subtly moved mouse, the laundry tag, they were all just preamble. This was the main event. I immediately sent a frantic, garbled message to Ben, attaching the photo of the ramen and a blurry picture of the disassembled smoke detector. Ben, my god, Ben, IT's a camera, in my smoke detector. They took a picture of my room minutes ago. They've been watching me, help me. His reply was instantaneous, a series of urgent pings. Alex, breathe, take a deep breath. Are you okay? Are you alone right now? Yes, I'm alone. I don't know how long it's been there. What do I do? My fingers flew across the keyboard, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. Okay, Ben typed, his voice in text form somehow managing to convey calm authority. First, smash that thing, destroy the SD card, immediately. Then I want you to go through every single device in your apartment, every plug, every light fixture, every object that could possibly hide something. This isn't amateur hour, Alex. If they put one, they might have put more. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed the smoke detector, ripped out the microSD card, and crushed it under my heel, grinding it into tiny, unrecoverable fragments. Then, with a savage, desperate energy, I smashed the entire device against the wall, reducing it to a mangled mess of plastic and wires. It wasn't enough, but it was all I could do. Then came the sweep. The word echoed in my mind from countless cybersecurity thrillers. A technical sweep, but this was my home and the predator was invisible. My mind, usually so orderly and analytical, was a whirlwind of panic, but Ben's instructions provided a thin thread of focus. I started with the obvious places, the ones that could provide a clear line of sight. My living room, I stared at the ceiling, looking for anything out of place. The ceiling fan, the light fixture, nothing looked suspicious. I moved to the walls, checking power outlets, looking for anything that seemed to protrude slightly or had an unusual texture. I ran my hands over them, searching for seams, for tiny lenses. My eyes landed on a digital alarm clock on my bedside table. It was an old, cheap model, the kind with red LED numbers. I'd had it for years. I picked it up, feeling its familiar weight. But as I turned it over, my thumb brushed against something tiny, almost imperceptible, embedded in the plastic casing near the USB charging port. It was a pinhole, expertly drilled, disguised against the dark plastic. My breath hitched. Another one. My fingers fumbled with the back panel, ripping it off. And there it was, another miniature camera, even smaller than the one in the smoke detector, powered by the clock's internal wiring. No SD card this time, which meant it was likely streaming data directly, wirelessly. This confirmed it. They weren't just observing me, they were broadcasting my life, perhaps even in real time. A scream tore from my throat, raw and ragged. 2 cameras in my bedroom. For how long? How much had they seen? How much had they recorded? The thought was a searing brand on my soul, burning away any remaining sense of security, of privacy, of self. I collapsed onto my bed, clutching the mangled alarm clock, tears streaming down my face, hot and stinging. The fear was no longer a chill, it was a consuming inferno. Ben's messages started to come in faster. Alex, did you find anything else? Talk to me. I tried to type, but my hands were shaking too much. I called him instead, my voice hoarse, barely audible. Ben, I found another one in my alarm clock, in my bedroom. It's wirelessly streaming, I think, no SD card. A long silence stretched between us, punctuated by my ragged breaths. Jesus, Alex, Ben finally said, his voice grim. This is professional-grade surveillance. This isn't just about grades or pranks anymore. This is a full-blown invasion. They've turned your apartment into a surveillance hub. Why Ben? Why me? I sobbed, the question tearing at my throat. I'm nobody. What do they want? I don't know, man, he replied, his voice laced with frustration and concern. But we have to assume everything in your apartment could be compromised. Every electronic device, every speaker, every microphone, every single thing. You need to pull the plug on everything unnecessary. Unplug your TV, your smart devices, anything connected to Wi-Fi that isn't essential. I did. I started methodically going through my apartment, yanking cords from walls, feeling a desperate urge to disconnect myself from this silent, pervasive network of eyes and ears. I unplugged my smart speaker, my gaming console, my old DVD player, my router, even my fridge. It was absurd, but the thought of another hidden camera, another microphone, was unbearable. My apartment, once filled with the quiet hum of technology, was now eerily silent, devoid of even the comforting glow of standby lights. I felt utterly exposed, utterly violated. My home, my safe haven, was a lie. It was a stage set for an unknown audience, and I was the unwilling star. The walls that had once offered comfort now felt thin, permeable, offering no protection. Ben continued to instruct me. You need to assume your laptop is compromised too, Alex. Even if it's clean on scans, they've been in your accounts. You should get a new one, a completely clean slate, and don't connect to your home Wi-Fi again. Use your phone's hotspot, but turn it off when you're not actively using it. The idea of replacing my laptop, my most vital tool, filled me with despair. It was an extension of myself, filled with years of projects, notes, and personal data. But Ben was right, trust was shattered. I can't afford a new laptop right now, Ben, I admitted, my voice trembling. I'm barely making ends meet with ramen and security expenses. Okay then, he said, we'll have to do a full forensic wipe. Not just a factory reset, but a deep, secure wipe of the entire drive and a fresh OS install. Then only install essential software, open source if possible, and scrutinize every single permission. And absolutely no personal files on it for now. We treat it as a sterile environment for investigation only. He was giving me a mission, a way to channel my terror into action. It was a lifeline. Okay, I said, my voice gaining a sliver of resolve. Okay, I can do that. Good, Ben responded. Now about the police. You have physical evidence now, Alex. 2 devices. This changes everything. You need to call them back. Show them these cameras. This isn't pranks anymore. This is criminal surveillance. He was right. I still dreaded the conversation, the dismissive tone, but I now had undeniable proof. My hands still shook as I dialed the non-emergency line again, but this time there was a desperate edge to my voice, a fury beneath the fear. The same bored-sounding officer answered. I recounted the story again, my voice shaking with raw emotion, holding up the mangled devices as proof, even though she couldn't see them. Mr. Chen, she said, a hint of something more than boredom in her tone this time, perhaps skepticism mixed with grudging curiosity. You're saying you found 2 hidden cameras in your apartment, in your smoke detector and an alarm clock. Yes, I practically shouted. I have them right here, and they were used to take a picture of me in my room minutes before I found them. There was a pause. All right, Mr. Chen, that does change things. We'll send an officer to your residence. Stay put and don't touch anything else that might be evidence. An hour later, 2 uniformed officers were in my apartment, their presence filling the small space, pushing back against the invisible walls of my terror. They were younger than I expected, one stern-faced, the other more observant. I showed them the mangled smoke detector and the disemboweled alarm clock. I explained the timeline, the phishing email, the digital intrusions, the physical anomalies, the text message, and finally the email with the photo. The stern officer, whose name was Detective Miller, examined the devices with a frown. These are professional grade, she muttered, turning the alarm clock over in her hand. Not something a college kid just whips up. This took planning and money. The observant officer, Officer Chen, no relation, was scanning my bedroom, his eyes lingering on the empty smoke detector bracket on the ceiling. So they were actively watching when they sent you that photo email. Yes, I confirmed, my voice still raw. The ramen was still steaming. That means they were either receiving the live feed or they had immediate access to the recordings, Detective Miller mused, which implies a strong connection, maybe even someone local operating nearby. That's what my friend said, I told them, feeling a tiny spark of validation. Finally, someone was taking me seriously. They took detailed notes, photographed the devices, and bagged them as evidence. They asked me about enemies, ex-partners, anyone I might have crossed. I reiterated my sparse social life, my focus on academics, my lack of any significant conflicts. It sounded unbelievable even to me. Mr. Chen, Detective Miller said, her gaze steady, this is a very serious situation. Unauthorized surveillance, harassment, potential stalking. We're going to open a full investigation. We'll send these devices to our forensics lab and we'll see if they can recover any data, any transmission logs, anything that points to the source. A small sense of relief washed over me. At least someone was on my side now. Thank you, I said, my voice thick with emotion. In the meantime, she continued, I strongly advise you to consider staying elsewhere for a few days. With these devices in your apartment, it's possible the perpetrator knew your schedule, your habits. They know we're here now and they know the devices are gone, but you're still a target. If you can't stay with family, maybe a friend, or we can assist with temporary accommodation. The thought of leaving my apartment, even for a short time, was both terrifying and liberating. Terrifying because it felt like surrendering, admitting defeat. Liberating because the idea of sleeping in that room, knowing how thoroughly I'd been watched, was unbearable. I don't have family nearby, I told her, but I could try a friend. My friend Ben, the one I mentioned, he's across the country, but I have another friend on campus, Maria. She's a fellow CS student. Consider it, Mr. Chen, Detective Miller said, handing me a card with her contact information and a case number. And keep documenting everything, every suspicious email, every text, every strange occurrence. Even if it seems small now, it might be a piece of the puzzle. They left, leaving behind a profound silence, heavier and colder than before. The absence of the officers, the absence of the cameras, created a void that felt charged with unseen eyes. I knew they were gone, but the feeling of being watched, of being utterly vulnerable, lingered like a phantom limb. I contacted Maria, explaining only that I had a security issue at my apartment and needed to crash on her couch for a few nights. She, bless her heart, didn't ask too many questions, just offered a spare blanket and a place to sleep. It was a temporary reprieve, but it was something. Before I left, I followed Ben's advice. I meticulously wiped my laptop, reinstalled the operating system, and installed only the bare minimum of software. I kept it disconnected from Wi-Fi, using my phone's hotspot sparingly when absolutely necessary. I packed a small bag with essentials, leaving most of my belongings behind, feeling like I was abandoning a crime scene. Walking out of my apartment, locking the new deadbolt behind me, felt profoundly different this time. It wasn't a temporary escape, it was an exile. Maria's apartment was small but cozy, a stark contrast to the sterile, unplugged environment I'd left behind. The normalcy of her space, the sounds of her roommate chatting in the next room, the smell of burnt toast from the kitchen, it was a fragile balm to my frayed nerves. I felt a tiny bit safer simply by being in a different location, surrounded by other people. Over the next few days, I tried to maintain some semblance of my academic routine. I attended lectures, though my mind constantly drifted, replaying the terror of the camera discovery. I worked on assignments in the university library using their secure network, but I felt a constant paranoia, scanning faces, convinced every glance was a predatory stare. Ben and I continued our forensic investigation remotely. He analyzed the email headers I'd sent him, delving deep into the metadata. He found what he was looking for, a series of obfuscated proxy servers, each one bouncing the signal further, making it nearly impossible to trace the original sender. "They're good, Alex," he admitted, his voice sounding tired over our encrypted call. "Very good. These aren't just off-the-shelf VPNs. This looks like a custom network designed to obscure their tracks. It's like trying to find a single drop of water in an ocean, except the ocean is made of digital smoke." "But there has to be something," I insisted, a desperate edge to my voice. "The project submission, the schedule change, the physical items, they all happened after I clicked that phishing link. What if there's something in that fake login page that wasn't just a keylogger?" Ben paused. "That's a good point. Keyloggers are usually simple, input and send. But what if it wasn't just your credentials they were after? What if they installed something else on your machine, a persistent agent, even through a browser exploit that only activated when you visited that specific page?" The idea made my stomach clench, but I ran scans, Ben, nothing came up. "Most commercial antivirus is looking for known signatures," he explained. "If this was a zero-day or a highly customized piece of malware, it could easily evade detection, especially if it's designed to be stealthy, low-resource, only activating under specific conditions." "So what do we do?" "We rebuild the crime scene," Ben said, a new energy in his voice. "We create a secure, isolated virtual environment, a sandbox. Then very carefully we try to access that phishing link again or analyze its code if you can still remember the exact URL. We need to see what it really did, what kind of payload it dropped." It was a dangerous idea, but it was the only lead we had. The original URL was gone from my browser history after the wipe, but I had a screenshot of the email with the link in it. It was a long, convoluted string, but I had it. Back in Maria's apartment, with her permission, I set up a dedicated workspace. I installed a virtual machine on my freshly wiped laptop, creating a completely isolated operating system that couldn't communicate with my main system or the outside network. I installed a suite of network monitoring tools, packet sniffers, and a debugger. This was a digital dissection, and I was the surgeon. My mind, for the first time in weeks, felt a sense of purpose beyond terror. This was a problem I understood, a system I could analyze. This was code, my code, their code. I carefully copied the phishing link into the sandboxed browser. My heart hammered against my ribs, a dull throb of anticipation and dread. I hesitated for a long moment, staring at the familiar Italian URL. This was the origin point of all my nightmares. Then I clicked. The page loaded, identical to the one I'd seen weeks ago. The university logo, the login fields. This time I didn't type anything. Instead, I let my monitoring tools go to work. I watched the network traffic, the system calls, the processes that spun up. And there it was, not a direct file download, not an obvious exploit, but something far more insidious. A tiny, almost invisible JavaScript snippet hidden deep within the page's code, disguised as a benign analytics script. When executed, it didn't just capture my credentials. It leveraged a known but obscure browser vulnerability, creating a persistent session hijacking cookie. This cookie, once injected into my browser, would automatically re-authenticate me to any university-related service whenever I visited them, without requiring my password again. It was a ghost in the machine, a silent passkey that granted them access whenever they wanted to log in as me, using my own session. Ben, I messaged him, practically shouting into the void. I found it. It's a session hijacking cookie. They didn't just steal my password, they injected a persistent cookie that automatically logged me in as myself to anything university-related. A session cookie, Ben responded, clearly intrigued. That explains why your password changes didn't always stop them. If they already had an active session or could inject the cookie anytime they wanted, they wouldn't need your new password. That's clever, devious even. Most people wouldn't even think to look for that. But why? I typed, the anger starting to override the fear. Why go to all this trouble for a student, for me? That's still the million-dollar question, Alex, Ben said. But we have a better understanding of how they did it now about the physical stuff. Did the police find anything from the cameras? A week passed, the police contacted me with an update. The forensics lab had indeed recovered data from the smoke detector's SD card, days, possibly weeks, of recordings of my bedroom. The sheer volume of surveillance was chilling. They were also able to confirm that the alarm clock camera was designed for wireless transmission, but they couldn't recover any specific transmission logs or identify the receiver. We also found something else, Mr. Chen, Detective Miller informed me over the phone. A faint fingerprint on the SD card of the smoke detector. It's partial, but it's something. We're running it through our databases, no hits yet. A fingerprint, a tangible lead. It was a thin thread, but it was something. In the meantime, my academic life continued its slow, painful unraveling. The missed classes, the distracted study sessions, the constant paranoia, it was all taking a toll. My grades were slipping, and I knew Professor Davies, still annoyed by the project debacle, wasn't going to be lenient. The pressure mounted, creating a suffocating cloud over my already chaotic life. Then an email arrived in my university inbox, not from an unknown sender, but from a familiar one, Professor Davies. The subject line was ominous. Academic Dishonesty Review, Alex Chen. My stomach dropped. I clicked it open, my hands suddenly cold. Alex, it has come to my attention that certain submissions for Project 1 in operating systems bear striking similarities to your own. While collaborative learning is encouraged, explicit copying or unauthorized sharing of code is a serious breach of academic integrity. Specifically, the submissions of 3 other students, Liam Miller, Chloe Hayes, and Daniel Kim, show identical structural and algorithmic components to your Project 1, right down to specific commenting styles and variable naming conventions that are unique to your work. However, unlike your corrected submission, these projects feature the same non-compliant condition variable implementation that was present in the initial, incorrect submission under your name. This suggests that an earlier version of your project was disseminated to these students. As the source of the original work, you are implicated in this potential act of academic dishonesty. A formal review board has been convened to investigate this matter. You are required to attend a hearing on Friday at 2 p.m. in the department conference room. Be advised that academic dishonesty carries severe penalties, including suspension or expulsion from the university. Professor Davies. My vision blurred. Academic dishonesty, suspension, expulsion. It hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. This wasn't just about a grade anymore. This was about my entire future. They hadn't just sabotaged my project. They had used my compromised account to leak an incorrect version of my project to other students, making it look like I was the source of a cheating ring. and the version they distributed was the flawed one, the one with the deliberate errors that would lead to failure. It was a calculated, insidious move designed to destroy my academic career and ruin my reputation. Liam Miller, Chloe Hayes, Daniel Kim, I knew those names. They were students in my operating systems class, but I barely interacted with them. How would they have gotten my code, and why would they submit a deliberately flawed version unless they didn't know it was flawed? Unless they believed it was my legitimate work, a favor from a skilled coder. The realization hit me with sickening clarity. The attacker wasn't just targeting me directly. They were weaponizing my identity, using me as a vector to implicate others, amplifying the chaos and making me the scapegoat. The subtle digital pranks, the physical intrusions, the surveillance, it was all part of a larger, terrifying tapestry, woven with intent and malice. The why was still elusive, but the what had just escalated beyond anything I could have imagined. I was not just a victim, I was being framed as a perpetrator. My future, my entire life plan, was now hanging by a thread. I immediately called Ben, my voice choked with despair. They're trying to get me expelled, Ben. They framed me for academic dishonesty. They leaked my flawed project to other students. What? Ben exclaimed, his voice sharp with outrage. That's a whole new level of malice, Alex. This is sabotage, pure and simple. We need to fight this immediately. How? I whispered, tears of frustration and fear blurring my vision. Professor Davies already thinks I'm guilty. They have my code submitted under my account to 3 other students. It looks open and shut. Not if we can prove your account was compromised and that you're being targeted, Ben argued. We have the police report, we have the cameras, we have the session hijacking cookie. This isn't just about you being a bad student, Alex. This is about a criminal conspiracy to ruin your life. We lay out everything to the review board. I spent the next 2 days in a blur of frantic preparation for the hearing. I compiled all my evidence, the police report, the details of the recovered cameras, Ben's analysis of the phishing link, and the session cookie, my meticulously kept journal of incidents. I printed out screenshots of the forum post, the schedule change, Professor Davies' initial email about the project, the text message, and the photo of my bedroom. It was a thick dossier of my digital and physical torment. Ben helped me craft a narrative, a chronological account of the escalating attacks, emphasizing the malicious intent and the sophisticated methods used. He advised me to be calm, factual, and to present the full picture, no matter how unbelievable it sounded. Maria, seeing my distress, offered her support. Alex, I know you're not a cheater. You work harder than anyone. Whatever this is, we'll get through it. Her unwavering faith was a small anchor in my swirling sea of anxiety. The day of the hearing arrived with a grim inevitability. I walked into the department conference room, my heart a leaden weight in my chest. Professor Davies was there, his expression severe. Alongside him sat 2 other faculty members, Dr. Albright, the department head, a stern woman known for her uncompromising stance on academic integrity, and Professor Chang, a mild-mannered ethics professor. This was my jury. I sat down, placing my thick folder of evidence on the polished conference table. My hands were clammy, my mouth dry. Professor Davies began, his voice formal and cold. Mr. Chen, we've convened this hearing to address serious allegations of academic dishonesty. As you know, an initial incorrect submission of your Project 1 was recorded under your account on October 18th. Subsequent investigations have revealed that this specific version of your code was found in the submissions of 3 other students, Liam Miller, Chloe Hayes, and Daniel Kim. We understand you subsequently submitted a corrected version of the project. Can you explain these discrepancies and the dissemination of your work? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. Professors, I began, my voice wavering slightly, I understand how this appears, but I assure you I did not share my project with anyone, nor did I submit the initial flawed version myself. My university account has been compromised, and I've been the target of a sustained, malicious attack that has escalated from digital intrusions to physical surveillance. I laid out my case methodically, chronologically. I started with the phishing email explaining how the session hijacking cookie had been deployed. I showed them the university portal logs with the unfamiliar IP addresses, the changed course schedule, the forum post. I detailed the project submission, emphasizing that I was literally about to submit my correct version when I received Professor Davies' email about the faulty one. Then I transitioned to the physical intrusions. The AC laundry tag, the moved mouse, the chilling text message about the lock and windows, and finally the 2 hidden cameras found in my bedroom, including the photograph that had been taken minutes before I discovered them. The police are investigating this as a case of criminal surveillance and harassment, I stated, pulling out a copy of the police report. They found a partial fingerprint on one of the devices. I've also had to factory reset my phone, wipe my laptop, and change my phone number to try and regain some security. Dr. Albright peered at the police report, her expression unreadable. Professor Chang looked increasingly disturbed. Professor Davies, however, remained skeptical. Mr. Chen, Professor Davies interjected. While these allegations of a stalker are concerning, they do not directly explain why your faulty code ended up in the submissions of 3 other students. Are you suggesting this attacker somehow logged into your account, downloaded your initial project draft, which you claim you hadn't submitted yet, and then distributed it to these specific students, then also submitted it under your name, all to frame you? Yes, Professor, I said, meeting his gaze, my voice firmer now. That is precisely what I'm suggesting. The attacker used the compromised session to submit the faulty project under my name, and then used that access to distribute it. It's a highly sophisticated and targeted frame-up designed to ruin my academic standing. And you have no idea who would go to such lengths or why? Dr. Albright asked, her voice sharp. None, I admitted. My life is quiet, I have no enemies. This seems to be a personal attack without a personal motive that I can discern. Professor Chang cleared his throat. This is certainly an extraordinary claim, Mr. Chen. We appreciate you bringing this information to our attention. However, the evidence directly linking your account to these other students' submissions remains a serious concern for academic integrity. But the intention of the attacker was to implicate me, I insisted. It wasn't me sharing my work, it was someone using my identity to spread a flawed version of my work specifically to cause trouble. The initial digital intrusions, the grade penalty, the physical surveillance, it all shows a pattern of escalating malicious intent aimed at disrupting and destroying my life, professionally and personally. The hearing continued for another hour, a grueling cross-examination where I felt every word I said was scrutinized for hidden deceit. They pressed me on the details, the timeline, the plausibility of such a complex attack against a seemingly unremarkable student. I reiterated Ben's forensic analysis, explaining the technical specifics of the session hijacking and the difficulty of detecting such a custom exploit. Finally, Dr. Albright held up a hand. Thank you, Mr. Chen. We have heard your testimony and reviewed the submitted materials. We will deliberate and inform you of our decision within 48 hours. I walked out of the conference room feeling utterly drained, but with a flicker of hope. I had presented my case. I had shown them the overwhelming evidence of a targeted attack. Whether they would believe me or dismiss it as an elaborate excuse remained to be seen. The waiting was the worst part, a torturous limbo where my entire future hung in the balance. 2 days later, the email arrived. My hands trembled as I opened it. Dear Mr. Chen, the Academic Dishonesty Review Board has carefully considered your testimony, and the evidence presented regarding the allegations of academic dishonesty related to Project 1 in operating systems. While we acknowledge the serious and disturbing nature of your claims regarding a targeted cyber and physical attack and the ongoing police investigation, the board finds that the evidence presented, specifically the initial submission of your project under your credentials and its subsequent appearance in other students' work, constitutes a prima facie case of academic impropriety. However, in light of the extraordinary circumstances you have described and the compelling evidence of account compromise and personal harassment, the board has decided to take a mitigated approach. The official charge of academic dishonesty will be recorded as unproven due to mitigating circumstances. This means that while a clear breach of academic integrity occurred, the board accepts that your actions were not the primary cause, but rather the result of malicious external manipulation. Consequently, you will not face suspension or expulsion. However, as a punitive measure for the perceived lapse in security that allowed your account to be compromised and your work to be disseminated, you will receive a grade of F for Project 1. Furthermore, you will be placed on academic probation for the remainder of the semester. Any further incidents of academic impropriety, regardless of mitigating circumstances, will result in immediate expulsion. The University IT Security Department will also be conducting a full audit of your account and providing additional resources to help secure your digital presence. We strongly advise you to continue cooperating with law enforcement in their investigation. Sincerely, Dr. Alina Albright, Head of Computer Science Department. An F for Project 1 academic probation. My GPA would take a serious hit, but I wasn't expelled. It was a reprieve, a narrow escape from total disaster, a hollow victory, but a victory nonetheless. They didn't fully believe me, but they didn't fully dismiss me either. The unproven due to mitigating circumstances felt like a polite way of saying, we think you're either telling the truth or a very elaborate liar, and we can't definitively prove either, so we'll err on the side of caution while still punishing you for the mess. The anger, cold and sharp, returned. They were still punishing me for being a victim, for having my life turned upside down, for being targeted by a ghost. The hollow victory of academic probation instead of outright expulsion left a bitter taste in my mouth. My rage, tempered for days by fear and exhaustion, flared anew. They hadn't believed me entirely, hadn't fully absolved me. They had simply found a way to avoid the administrative headache of a student being stalked, while still punishing me for the inconvenience of being a target. It was an institutional shrug, a bureaucratic compromise that left me feeling more alone and unjustly treated than ever. I called Ben, recounting the verdict, my voice tight with indignation. They gave me an F, Ben, an F for being hacked, for being watched, for being framed, and academic probation as if I was the problem. Ben's usual calm tone hardened. That's absurd, Alex, absolutely infuriating. They acknowledged malicious external manipulation but still penalized you. That's a classic bureaucratic cop-out. It means they saw enough to know you weren't actively cheating, but not enough to take full responsibility for a security breach that happened on their watch and impacted their students. So what do I do now? I asked, desperation creeping back in. My GPA is going to tank. My reputation, what if future employers see academic probation on my transcript? We fight it, Alex, Ben said, his voice firm. This isn't over. This unproven due to mitigating circumstances is a placeholder. It means they punted, but we have a clearer path now. We prove who did this and we go back to them with irrefutable proof. Then they'll have no choice but to fully exonerate you. This injustice is the fuel you need, man. Use it. His words resonated. The anger, sharp and hot, started to transmute into a cold, hard resolve. He was right. I wasn't going to let them get away with this, not the attacker and not the university for its tepid response. My first thought was to return to my apartment. Maria had been incredibly kind, but her couch was a temporary solution. I needed my space, my resources, my base of operations, no matter how compromised it felt. The police had cleared it as a crime scene, taken the evidence. It was just an apartment again, albeit one with ghosts. Before I returned, I called Detective Miller. Any updates on the cameras, Detective? Mr. Chen, she said, her tone more professional now, less skeptical than before. Yes, the forensics lab confirmed that the SD card from the smoke detector contained weeks of recordings, as you suspected. We've reviewed some of it. Mostly mundane footage of your daily life, but it confirms continuous surveillance. As for the alarm clock camera, they've confirmed its wireless transmission capabilities. No direct data recovered, but its design suggests a localized, short-range broadcast, likely to a receiver nearby. What about the fingerprint? I asked, holding my breath. The partial fingerprint from the SD card was run through all state and federal databases, she replied. No matches, unfortunately. It's a clean print not in our system. That makes it harder to identify the perpetrator, but it also tells us they're not a known criminal, or at least not one we have on file. My heart sank a little. A fingerprint was such a promising lead. So back to square one. Not entirely, she countered. The lack of a hit isn't a dead end. It just means we need to find another way to identify them. The university IT security department has also been in touch. They're reviewing their own logs and strengthening their systems, largely due to your case. We're also looking into the 3 other students you mentioned, Liam Miller, Chloe Hayes, and Daniel Kim. We'll be interviewing them to see how they acquired your project code. I was actually going to try and talk to them myself, I admitted. Maybe they could shed some light on how it was distributed. Be careful, Mr. Chen, Detective Miller warned. Do not accuse them and do not put yourself in a potentially confrontational situation. If you learn anything, pass it to us. Let us handle the official questioning. I promised to be careful, though I knew I wouldn't be able to resist digging for answers myself. This wasn't just a police matter, it was my life. Returning to my apartment was unsettling. Despite the window bars, the new deadbolt, and the absence of the cameras, the air still felt thick with violated privacy. I moved through the rooms with a newfound awareness, constantly scanning, constantly listening. I purchased a cheap battery-operated radio and kept it playing softly in the living room, a small, constant noise to fill the oppressive silence and perhaps to deter any eavesdroppers. I felt like a soldier returning to a battleground, forever changed by the war waged within its walls. Ben and I brainstormed further strategies. The academic review board mentioned perceived lapse in security, he mused during one of our encrypted calls. That's their justification for the F in probation. We need to prove it wasn't a lapse on your part, but a sophisticated zero-day level attack they failed to protect against. And for that, we need the perpetrator. I need to talk to those other students, I reiterated. Liam, Chloe, Daniel, if they received my flawed code, how did it happen? Was it an email, a shared drive, a USB stick? The delivery method could be a crucial clue. Agreed, Ben said. Be subtle, don't go in hot. Just express concern about the project and ask how they managed to get it, playing dumb about the source. I found Liam Miller in the common study area of the CS building. He was a quiet guy, usually seen with his headphones on, coding intently. He looked up, startled, when I approached. "Hey Liam," I began, trying to keep my voice casual despite the anxiety churning in my gut. "Alex Chen, we're in Professor Davies' OS class together." He nodded, pulling off his headphones. "Oh hey Alex, yeah I know, heard about the project issue." He looked uncomfortable, avoiding my gaze. "Yeah, it's been a nightmare," I said, trying to sound sympathetic. "Look, I got a weird email from the department about academic dishonesty and your name came up. Apparently some of my old code was found in your submission for Project 1. I'm trying to figure out what happened." Liam winced. "Yeah, I got one too, a formal notice. It's totally messed up. I don't know how it happened, man. I was just trying to get a good grade." "So how did you get the code?" I pressed gently. "Did someone email it to you? Was it on a shared drive?" He hesitated, looking around nervously. "It was a link, an anonymous link. It just showed up in my university inbox a few days before the deadline. It looked legit, like a shared file from the department or something someone in the class was using to collaborate. Said it was Alex Chen's Project 1 reference code final draft. I figured, hey, a little help, right? Everyone shares notes sometimes." "An anonymous link," my heart pounded. "What kind of link? Was it a Google Drive link or something else?" "I don't remember exactly," he frowned. "It was an internal university-looking link, like a CS University edu/share/ type thing. I just clicked it, downloaded the code, and adapted it. I mean, I did change some variable names and added my own comments, but the core was there. I figured it was a base code to start from, not a completed project." His eyes darted away again. "I'm really sorry, Alex. If I knew it was going to cause trouble, I never would have used it." No, it's not your fault," I assured him quickly. "Someone deliberately put it there. Do you still have the email or the link in your browser history?" He shook his head. "Nah, I deleted the email after I downloaded it, and I wiped my browser history after the notice, trying to get rid of anything incriminating. Didn't think about it at the time, I was just freaking out." Frustrating but understandable. This confirmed the attacker was sophisticated, carefully covering their tracks and leveraging the university's systems. Next, I found Chloe Hayes in the campus coffee shop. She was a meticulous student, always organized. Her reaction was different from Liam's, tinged with anger rather than just fear. "Alex," she said, her voice strained, "I don't know what you want from me. I've already told the department everything. I didn't cheat. I got an email, just like everyone else." "Everyone else?" I latched onto that. "So Liam got one, Daniel got one. Was it sent to multiple people in the class?" "I assume so," she said, taking a sip of her latte, her eyes narrowed. "The email was sent from a burner account, but it had a subject line that clearly said Alex Chen's Project 1 collaboration resources or something. It had a link to a shared file. I downloaded it, thinking it was a study group resource. I didn't copy it wholesale, I adapted it. But it turns out to be some flawed version, and now I'm in trouble because of your work." "Chloe, it wasn't me," I pleaded, trying to explain. "My account was compromised. Someone is trying to frame me, and they're using my identity to mess with other students too. The code they gave you was deliberately flawed to cause problems." She scoffed. "Deliberately flawed? You mean your bad code? Look, Alex, I don't know what kind of elaborate excuse you're cooking up, but you're the only one whose project came out like that. And now mine did too. I just want to clear my name. If you had just submitted good code in the first place, none of this would be happening." It was a punch to the gut. Her anger, though misdirected, was understandable. She was a victim too, used as a pawn in this twisted game. But her refusal to see me as anything but the source of her problem made it difficult to gain any more information. She didn't have the email either, having deleted it in a fit of panic. Daniel Kim was the hardest to track down. He was a notoriously reclusive student, rarely seen outside of classes. I finally caught him leaving a lecture hall. He was twitchy, his eyes darting around. "Daniel, hey," I said, approaching him cautiously. "Alex Chen, about Professor Davies' class." He stopped dead, his face pale. "I don't know anything, man. Leave me alone." He clutched his backpack tighter, looking ready to bolt. "Wait, please," I said, raising my hands in a placating gesture. "I'm not trying to get you in more trouble. I'm trying to figure out what happened. I think my account was hacked and someone used my code to frame me and other students. I just want to know how you got it." He hesitated, gnawing on his lip. "It was a message on the university chat forum. Someone posted a link, said it was a good resource for Project 1. I clicked it. It downloaded, that's all." A message on the forum? This was a new detail. Liam mentioned an anonymous link in his inbox. Chloe mentioned an email from a burner account. A forum post added another layer. What forum? Do you remember the username who posted it, or the exact post? "No, I don't remember," he practically wailed, clearly distressed. It was like a week or so before the deadline. I was struggling, saw the post, downloaded it. Then it turned out to be bad code, and now I'm facing academic dishonesty. I just wanted to pass the class. His voice cracked. Please just leave me alone. I don't want any more trouble. He hurried away, leaving me standing alone, piecing together the fragments. 3 different students, 3 slightly different distribution methods, but all leading back to my flawed project. 1. Liam, anonymous link in university inbox, appearing like a departmental share. 2. Chloe, email from a burner account, subject line explicitly mentioning my name and collaboration resources, with a link to a shared file. 3. Daniel, anonymous post on a university chat forum with a link to a resource. This was clearly a coordinated attack. The perpetrator was using various vectors to ensure the flawed code reached as many students as possible, amplifying the impact of the frame-up. They were leveraging the university's own infrastructure, email, internal links, chat forums to spread their poison. This implied not just access to my account, but a deeper understanding of, or even some level of access to, the university's broader digital ecosystem. I relayed all these details to Ben. They're casting a wide net using multiple channels. It's designed to look like organic sharing, but it's meticulously targeted. Okay, this is good, Alex, Ben said, his voice now buzzing with forensic excitement. This gives us more to work with. If it was an internal university link or a forum post, there will be logs. Even if the original posts or emails are deleted, server-side logs usually persist for a time. We need to go back to the university IT department, specifically their security team, with this new information. They should be able to trace those links, those forum posts, those anonymous emails back to their origin IPs, or at least to the server that hosted them. But they barely helped me before, I countered, recalling the dismissive campus security officer. This is different, Ben insisted. This isn't just one student's account being compromised. This is a coordinated attack that used their systems to implicate multiple students in academic dishonesty. This is an institutional problem, not just a personal one. They have a vested interest in finding out who exploited their infrastructure. And now that you're on academic probation with the mitigating circumstances caveat, you have leverage. You can demand they investigate this further to clear your name completely. He was right. I was no longer just a paranoid student. I was a student with a pending academic probation, undeniable physical evidence, the cameras the police had, and now evidence of a sophisticated attack on the university's internal systems themselves, impacting other students. I made an appointment with the university's IT security department. This time I didn't call the non-emergency line. I emailed directly, CCing Detective Miller and Dr. Albright, stating I had new, crucial information regarding the academic dishonesty case and the ongoing police investigation. The meeting was set for 2 days later. In the interim, the oppressive quiet of my apartment intensified. I kept the radio on, a low hum of chatter, but it didn't fully dispel the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every creak of the old building felt like a deliberate intrusion. I found myself jumping at the slightest sound, constantly peering through the blinds. My nerves were stretched taut, thin wires humming with anxiety. Then a new incident occurred, insidious and subtle. I had been making dinner, a simple stir-fry. My back was to the living room where my laptop, now sterile and used only for university tasks, never personal browsing, sat on my desk, closed. The radio was playing softly. I was just about to add the sauce when the radio suddenly clicked off. I froze. I hadn't touched it. It was battery operated, not connected to anything. I walked over, heart pounding, and pressed the power button. Nothing. I checked the batteries. They were fully charged. I fiddled with the dial, tried another station. Still nothing. It was dead. A small thing, a radio dying, but the timing, the abruptness, it felt too deliberate. My mind immediately leapt to the only explanation that fit the pattern of my tormentor, electronic interference. A pulse, a signal designed to specifically disable that device. I remembered Ben's earlier warning. Assume everything in your apartment could be compromised. Every electronic device, every speaker, every microphone, every single thing. Could they have disabled the radio because they didn't want its white noise interfering with some other listening device they still had in my apartment? Or was it just another taunt? I texted Ben, describing the radio incident. It's small, I know, but it feels targeted, like they're telling me they can still reach me, even with all my new security. It's not small, Alex, Ben replied. It's a psychological tactic. They're trying to wear you down, to remind you they're still there, still capable. It could be sophisticated RF jamming or something even more insidious. The important thing is your mental fortitude. Don't let them break you. Easier said than done. The incident, minor as it was on the surface, burrowed deep into my psyche. It was a reminder that even my most basic attempts at creating a sense of normalcy, of privacy, could be effortlessly dismantled by an unseen hand. The constant vigilance was exhausting, stripping away my focus, my peace of mind. The meeting with the university IT security team was different from my initial call to campus security. This was a dedicated department, staffed by serious, technically minded people. Detective Miller was present, lending an official air to the proceedings. Dr. Albright was also there, her expression still severe, but now tinged with genuine concern. I reiterated my entire story, from the phishing email to the academic probation, presenting all the evidence again, including Ben's forensic analysis of the session hijacking cookie. Then I presented the new information, the varied distribution methods of my flawed project to Liam, Chloe, and Daniel. Liam Miller received an anonymous link in his university inbox, appearing like a departmental share, I explained, gesturing to my notes. Chloe Hayes received an email from a burner account with an explicit subject line mentioning my name, and Daniel Kim found a link posted on a university chat forum. The lead IT security analyst, a sharp-eyed woman named Ms. Davies, no relation to the professor, listened intently. "This is highly concerning, Mr. Chen," she said finally. "The use of multiple internal university channels to disseminate compromised material and frame a student implies a deep level of access or exploitation of our systems. It's far more than a simple account compromise." Detective Miller chimed in. "Indeed, it suggests someone with an intimate knowledge of the university's digital infrastructure and likely a way to bypass our standard logging and monitoring protocols. We've been looking into the physical aspects. Now we need the university to look into the digital. We will do a full top-to-bottom forensic audit of all relevant university systems," Ms. Davies promised. "Email servers, chat forum logs, shared drive access logs, network traffic for internal links. This isn't just about Mr. Chen anymore. This is a direct attack on the integrity of our academic environment and our institutional security. We will work with the police to identify any patterns, any IP addresses, any unusual activity that points to the perpetrator." Dr. Albright, to my surprise, softened her tone. "Mr. Chen, I must apologize for the initial skepticism from the academic board. While the F in probation stand for now largely as a formality, be assured that if this perpetrator is identified and their actions are definitively proven to be the cause of the academic integrity breach, the university will take swift action to fully exonerate you and remove any negative marks from your record." It wasn't a full exoneration yet, but it was a promise, a tangible acknowledgement that they were taking me seriously. It was a small, much-needed win. Over the next few weeks, the investigation moved forward slowly but surely. The IT security team worked tirelessly, pulling logs, analyzing data. They confirmed what Ben and I had suspected. The attacker had exploited a rarely used, obscure vulnerability in the university's internal shared drive system, creating temporary, untraceable links that appeared legitimate. They also found evidence of a brief, but highly targeted bot account activity on the chat forums, quickly deleting posts after they were viewed by a certain number of users. "They're not just hacking your accounts, Alex," Ms. Davies informed me during a follow-up call. "They're weaponizing our infrastructure against itself. The attacker seems to understand our systems intimately, almost as if they had administrative access or insider knowledge." Insider knowledge, the words hung in the air, chilling. Someone within the university, a student, a faculty member, an IT staffer. The possibilities were terrifying. The police investigation, meanwhile, hit a wall. The partial fingerprint yielded no new leads. The cameras, though professionally made, offered no serial numbers or distinctive markings that could trace them back to a manufacturer or purchaser. It was as if the devices were ghost technology. My life remained a tightrope walk between academic recovery and pervasive paranoia. I attended classes, completed assignments, but the joy of learning had been replaced by a grim determination. My social life, already minimal, dwindled further. I avoided large gatherings, always felt exposed, always scanned my surroundings. The radio remained dead, a constant, silent reminder. One evening, while working on a complex algorithm in my apartment, I heard a faint, persistent beeping sound. It wasn't coming from my laptop. I pulled off my headphones, straining to hear. Beep, beepy, beepy, it was coming from the kitchen. My heart began to pound. Every unexpected sound now triggered an immediate surge of adrenaline. I slowly stood, clutching the utility knife I kept tucked into my desk drawer. I crept towards the kitchen, my senses on high alert. The sound led me to the refrigerator, an old, reliable model that had come with the apartment. The beeping was faint, coming from inside it. I slowly opened the refrigerator door. The light clicked on, illuminating the familiar contents: milk, leftovers, a half-eaten container of yogurt. The beeping grew louder. It was coming from behind the yogurt. I reached in, pulling it out. And there, nestled behind it, blinking with a small red LED, was a tiny cylindrical device no bigger than my thumb. It was a tracking beacon, the kind used for asset tracking or for marking packages. It wasn't a camera or a microphone. It was simply broadcasting its location constantly, persistently. My blood ran cold. My refrigerator, a place I opened multiple times a day. They had placed a tracker inside my fridge. It had likely been there for days, weeks even, silently broadcasting my presence within my apartment. This wasn't to watch me, but to confirm I was home, to confirm my routine, to confirm when I left and when I returned. And now it was beeping, which meant its battery was low, or it was designed to notify me of its presence after a certain period. Either way, it was a deliberate revelation, another taunt, another reminder that they were everywhere and I was utterly exposed. I ripped the device from its hiding place, my fingers trembling with a mixture of terror and furious desperation. It was smooth, made of a dark, unidentifiable plastic with no markings, no serial numbers, just a tiny, persistent red light. "They're still here, Ben," I messaged him, attaching a picture of the device. "They put a tracker in my fridge. It just started beeping. How long has it been there?" Ben's response was quick. "That's a proximity tracker, Alex, not for observation, but for presence detection. It confirms you're in the apartment or that the apartment is occupied. They've been monitoring your comings and goings using this. It confirms they still have physical access or they placed it during one of their earlier intrusions and it's just now failing." Physical access, I repeated, the words chilling me to the bone. "But how? My windows are barred, my door has a new deadbolt, my camera covers the door, they can't get in." "Or they have a key," Ben said, his voice grim. "A master key, or they made a copy during one of their earlier entries, or they have an accomplice in the building. Alex, you need to check your door and window frames again, not just the locks, but the integrity of the frame. And consider a hidden camera inside the apartment, not just outside the door, something that monitors who comes in." The idea of planting a camera in my own apartment to watch for an intruder who already felt like a phantom felt like a descent into madness. But Ben was right. The tracker proved they could still get in. I examined my deadbolt, my window bars. They were secure, no signs of forced entry. This meant they either had a key or they were exploiting a vulnerability I hadn't considered. The next day, I went to a specialty electronics store, not a hardware store. I bought a small, discreet motion-activated camera disguised as a USB wall charger. I positioned it carefully in my living room, angled to capture anyone entering through the main door, but also to have a view of the common areas. This one, unlike the last, was for my eyes only. I also considered changing my apartment's lock cylinders, but that would require landlord permission and would raise further questions. What if the landlord was involved? No, that was too paranoid even for me, but the thought had flickered. The IT security team continued their investigation. A few days after my tracker discovery, I received another call from Ms. Davies. "Mr. Chen," she said, her voice unusually subdued. "We've made a discovery, a very disturbing one. Our deep dive into the university's internal network logs, cross-referencing with network traffic from the time of your initial compromise and the distribution of the project files, has revealed something anomalous." "What is it?" I asked, my heart hammering. "We found evidence of repeated high-privilege access to our server logs, specifically in the days leading up to and immediately following your account compromise," she explained. "Someone was accessing and then actively scrubbing specific entries related to network traffic and user activity. They were trying to erase their tracks, but they weren't perfect." "Scrubbing logs," I breathed, "like an insider." "Precisely," she confirmed. "The access originated from within the university's network and from a device that consistently used a static IP address assigned to a specific faculty office. This wasn't a student using a public terminal or a random Wi-Fi spot. This was authorized access, using credentials that would allow someone to modify or delete log files." A faculty office. My mind immediately raced through the faces of my professors, my TAs, anyone with that level of privilege. "Who?" I whispered, a cold dread spreading through my veins. "Whose office?" "We've identified the IP address and the physical location," Ms. Davies said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "It consistently points to the office of Professor Mark Davies, the same Professor Davies who teaches your operating systems class and who chaired your academic dishonesty hearing." My breath hitched. Professor Davies. It was impossible. He was a respected, albeit stern, professor. He had seemed so annoyed, so disappointed by my initial project submission, so skeptical during the hearing. The idea that he of all people could be behind this elaborate, cruel campaign was mind-bending. "Professor Davies," I repeated, my voice barely audible. "Are you sure? Why would he do this to me?" The evidence is preliminary, Mr. Chen, Ms. Davies cautioned. We only have the IP address and the associated access logs. We don't have direct proof that Professor Davies himself was the one physically at the keyboard. It could be someone else using his credentials or even a sophisticated attack on his office network. But the pattern of access, the level of privilege used, and the deliberate scrubbing of logs, it's highly suspicious. Detective Miller has been informed, and she is taking this very seriously. They will be interviewing Professor Davies immediately. The phone call ended, leaving me reeling. Professor Davies. My mind struggled to reconcile the image of my stern academic professor with the shadowy, malicious tormentor who had systematically dismantled my life. It was a leap of logic too vast to comprehend, yet the evidence, digital and physical, was converging on his office. The very man who judged me, who gave me the F in academic probation, was potentially the architect of my destruction. The implications were staggering. If it was him, then the entire academic dishonesty hearing was a twisted charade. He had manufactured the evidence against me, then sat in judgment, condemning me for his own crimes. The thought made my stomach churn with a mixture of disbelief and profound betrayal. I immediately called Ben, relaying the shocking news. Ben, you won't believe this. The IT team traced the log scrubbing the high-privilege access to Professor Davies' office. Professor Davies. Ben was silent for a long moment. Holy shit, Alex, that's completely unexpected, but if it's true, it explains a lot. The intimate knowledge of the university system, the ability to modify grades, the targeted nature of the academic frame-up. A faculty member would have that kind of access and leverage. But why me? I asked, the familiar question echoing with renewed desperation. What could I have possibly done to make a professor hate me so much that he'd try to get me expelled, spy on me, track me? That's the next piece of the puzzle, Alex, Ben replied, his voice still tinged with shock. The motive, if it's Davies, there has to be a reason. Did you ever have a dispute with him, a conflict, anything at all? I racked my brain, replaying every interaction with Professor Davies. He was strict, demanding, but fair. I'd never had a one-on-one conflict with him, never challenged him publicly, never done anything to earn his ire, let alone his obsessive hatred. I was just another student in a large class. Nothing, Ben. He's always been Professor Davies. Tough, but a good professor. I've never had any personal issues with him. Then there's something you don't know, Ben concluded. Something he's hiding or something about you that triggers him. This is going to get messy, Alex. Police involvement with a faculty member is a huge deal for a university. The next few days were a blur of nervous anticipation. I waited for an update from Detective Miller for the other shoe to drop. The atmosphere in the CS department felt palpably tense, though whether that was real or just my heightened paranoia, I couldn't tell. I avoided Professor Davies' office, avoided eye contact if I saw him in the hallway. He seemed unchanged, stern and preoccupied, entirely oblivious to the digital noose tightening around his neck. Then Detective Miller called. Her voice was grave. Mr. Chen, she began, we interviewed Professor Davies this morning. He was cooperative initially. He admitted that his office computer's IP address is indeed static and tied to his office. He confirmed he has high-level access to certain university systems for administrative purposes. In the log scrubbing the unauthorized access, I pressed, my heart pounding. He denied any knowledge of it, she said. He claims he was not in his office at the times the suspicious activity occurred. He suggested his computer might have been compromised or that someone else used his credentials. He even volunteered to have his office computer forensically examined. Do you believe him? We're cautious, Detective Miller admitted. He's a respected faculty member, but the evidence of access from his office is compelling. His computer is currently with our forensics lab. We're also checking his alibis for the times of the log scrubbing and the project dissemination. This is a delicate situation, Mr. Chen, high profile. We need irrefutable proof. So it wasn't a definitive confession or even an arrest. It was another layer of uncertainty. Professor Davies was now under suspicion, his computer under forensic scrutiny. The web was tightening, but the spider remained hidden. Despite the official investigation, the subtle attacks continued. Another minor but unsettling incident occurred. I had gone to the campus gym trying to burn off some of the anxiety. When I returned to my apartment, I noticed something odd about my mail. My mailbox was usually sparse, mostly university flyers and junk mail. But today, nestled among the usual pamphlets, was a single, unmarked envelope. No stamp, no return address, just my name, Alex Chen, handwritten in neat, block letters on the front. My blood ran cold. The mail slot was accessible from the lobby. Anyone could have slipped it in. It was a direct, physical message, bypassing my phone, my email, my apartment security. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, there was no letter, no text, no image, just a single perfectly folded piece of parchment paper. I unfolded it. It was a crudely drawn map, a map of my apartment building, not a detailed architectural blueprint, but a simple, almost childlike drawing. My apartment on the second floor was circled in red. An arrow pointed from my window undefined. An arrow pointed from my window straight down to the ground below. From there, it curved sharply, following the paved pathway behind my building, past the small patch of green lawn, and ended abruptly at the dark, imposing line of the campus woods. My blood ran cold. The woods, that's where the camera in the alarm clock had likely transmitted its footage, a localized short-range broadcast. If someone was hiding in the woods or had a setup there, they could receive the signal. But the mappy, this wasn't just about the alarm clock. This was current. This was a message. I stared at the crude drawing, my mind racing. It wasn't just a threat, it felt like a clue, an invitation. They wanted me to look at the woods, they wanted me to go there, or perhaps they were telling me they were there. I snapped a picture of the map with my phone and immediately sent it to Ben. New development, just found this in my mailbox. A map, what does it mean? Ben called back within minutes, his voice tight. A map of your building and pointing to the woods. This is escalating, Alex. This isn't just surveillance anymore. This is a direct challenge, a game. Do not go into those woods alone. Do you hear me? This is how people disappear in horror movies. I know, I said, trying to steady my racing heart. But what else could it be? Why the woods? The alarm clock camera was transmitting wirelessly. Detective Miller said it was short range. Maybe they had a receiver out there. Maybe, Ben conceded. But why send you a map now, after you found the cameras, after the police are involved, after Professor Davies is under suspicion? This feels like a bait-and switch. They're trying to divert your attention or draw you into a trap. Or they're trying to tell me something specific about the woods, I argued. Maybe there's evidence there, something the police missed during their initial cursory sweep of the area around my apartment. Alex, this is exactly the kind of move a manipulative sociopath makes, Ben warned. They want you to react, to engage on their terms. Remember, they're playing mind games. This isn't about logic for them, it's about control and fear. Despite Ben's warning, the map gnawed at me. The woods, the untamed edge of campus, just behind my building. I couldn't shake the feeling that the answer, or at least a crucial piece of it, lay hidden among the trees. I couldn't just ignore it. My curiosity, mingled with a burning need for answers, began to override my fear. I messaged Detective Miller, attaching the photo of the map and explaining how I found it. Her response was immediate and stern. Mr. Chen, as Mr. Harper advised, do not approach the woods. This is a taunt, possibly a trap. We will dispatch officers to sweep the area. If you go there yourself, you could compromise a potential crime scene or worse, put yourself in danger. I agreed, but inwardly a plan began to form. The police sweep would be official, thorough, but also perhaps too broad. They wouldn't know exactly what they were looking for. I, however, had a more personal connection to this torment. I knew what kind of ghosts I was chasing. That night, sleep was impossible. The image of the map, the stark arrow pointing to the darkness of the woods, haunted me. The silent radio, the tracker from the fridge, the accusation against Professor Davies, it was all a swirling vortex of fear and confusion. I finally got out of bed, unable to lie still. I checked the footage from my newly installed hidden camera. My heart hammered as I fast-forwarded through the hours. Most of it was mundane, me coming and going, Maria visiting for a brief sympathetic chat, the mail delivery guy dropping off packages for other tenants. But then there it was. At 3:17 a.m. 2 nights ago, the camera picked up movement. Not through the door, not through the window, but from within my apartment. A shadow detached itself from the wall near the refrigerator, moving silently. It was a person cloaked in dark clothing, their face obscured by a hood. They moved with an unnerving grace, a familiar fluidity that sent a jolt of recognition through me. They weren't breaking in, they were already inside. The figure moved towards the fridge, a faint glimmer of something metallic in their gloved hand. They opened the door, slipped something inside, and closed it with a soft click. Then they moved towards my desk, paused, and appeared to do something with my radio before retreating back towards the wall, dissolving back into the shadows. They had been in my apartment after I had gone to bed, after I had supposedly secured everything, and they had left no trace of entry. I rewound the footage, playing it again and again. The figure was medium height, slender build, not overtly muscular, definitely not Professor Davies' more stocky physique, but the way they moved, it was familiar, but from where? It wasn't Ben or Maria. It wasn't any of my classmates I could think of. The chilling realization hit me. They had a key, or they were using some advanced method of entry that left no physical marks. The new deadbolt, the window bars, the vigilance, it was all useless. They could come and go as they pleased. They were still here in my home, my sanctuary. I paused the video on a frame where the figure was partially illuminated by the faint glow of the city lights filtering through my window. Their head was turned slightly, and for a fleeting instant the hood seemed to slip, revealing a hint of something. Was it a glint of hair, a distinctive jawline? My mind raced, trying to grasp onto any detail. I called Ben, my voice trembling with a mixture of terror and rage. "They're still getting in, Ben. I have it on camera. Someone was in my apartment 2 nights ago at 3 a.m. They put the tracker in my fridge and disabled my radio. But Ben, it wasn't Professor Davies. The person was smaller, more slender." Ben absorbed the information, a heavy sigh on the other end. "Damn it, Alex, I knew it. No forced entry right. This confirms they have a key, or they're using a lock-picking method that's highly advanced. Can you get a clear shot of their face, anything distinctive?" "No, they're completely hooded," I said, frustrated. "But the way they moved, it was so fluid, and I feel like I've seen that build before, but I can't place it. And it definitely doesn't look like Professor Davies. This throws a wrench in the IT security findings, doesn't it?" "Not necessarily," Ben corrected. "Remember, Ms. Davies said the access was from his office IP. It doesn't mean he was the one at the keyboard. It could be someone else using his computer remotely, or someone with access to his office after hours. Or more disturbingly, someone impersonating him or exploiting a vulnerability in his personal machine that's connected to his office network. This just means we have another suspect now, or an accomplice." "So two separate threads?" I asked, feeling overwhelmed. "The person in my apartment and whoever's behind Davies' office computer." "For now, we have to treat them as potentially separate, but possibly connected," Ben advised. "It's entirely possible the person in your apartment is working for the person behind the digital attacks, or vice versa. Or even that Professor Davies is being framed too by the real perpetrator who's using his office as a digital smokescreen. This is getting incredibly complex." He was right, the layers of deception and manipulation were dizzying. I saved the video footage and forwarded it to Detective Miller along with the timestamp. "This changes things, Detective. The person who placed the tracker in my fridge and disabled my radio. This is physical proof of ongoing intrusion, and it doesn't look like Professor Davies." Her response was curt. "Received, we'll add this to the file. The forensics on Professor Davies' computer are ongoing. We'll also investigate the footage. Stay safe, Mr. Chen." The next morning, driven by a gnawing sense of urgency, I decided to take matters into my own hands despite the warnings. The police sweep of the woods would be too slow, too generic. I needed to see for myself. I needed to act. I packed a small backpack, my phone fully charged, a powerful tactical flashlight, a multi-tool, a whistle, and a small but sturdy branch I'd found in the park for self-defense if absolutely necessary. I texted Ben, "Going for a walk, near the woods but sticking to the path. Will be careful, sending you my live location." Ben called instantly. "Alex, seriously, don't be a hero. This is dangerous. At least take Mario with you or someone. Don't go alone." "I have to, Ben," I insisted, my voice firm with a resolve I hadn't known I possessed. "My gut is telling me this is important. I'll stay on the perimeter, I promise. No deep woods exploration, just a quick look." He sighed. "Okay, but if anything feels off, you call me immediately. I'll be watching your location, you better believe it." I took a deep breath, the crisp autumn air filling my lungs. This was it, the woods, my own investigation. I walked around the back of my apartment building, following the same path the arrow on the map had traced. The campus woods were a dense expanse of deciduous and evergreen trees, a vibrant tapestry of reds, oranges, and deep greens in the fall. In daylight, they looked less ominous, more inviting. But the memory of the map, the hidden cameras, the shadow in my apartment kept me on edge. I kept my eyes peeled, scanning the ground for disturbed earth, for footprints, for anything out of place. The path was well-worn, used by joggers and students cutting through to other parts of campus. But just off the path, the undergrowth thickened, giving way to deeper shadows and a sense of untamed wilderness. About 50 yards into the path where the map's arrow had pointed, I noticed something subtle. A cluster of leaves recently disturbed just off the main trail. It was almost imperceptible, but my heightened senses caught it. My heart rate quickened. I pushed through a tangle of thorny bushes, careful not to snag my clothes. The ground sloped slightly downwards, leading to a small, secluded clearing. And there, tucked away beneath the dense canopy of trees, was a makeshift encampment. It wasn't a tent or a campfire. It was far more sophisticated. A small, camouflaged tarpaulin was stretched taut between 4 trees, creating a waterproof shelter. Beneath it, a folding chair, a small table, and a pile of electronic equipment. A portable generator hummed faintly in the background, its noise masked by the rustling leaves in the distance from the main path. My breath hitched. This was it. This was their base of operations, the source of the wireless transmissions, the eyes and ears in the woods. I crept closer, my heart pounding in my ears. I pulled out my phone, ready to record, to photograph everything. But as I got within 10 feet, my eyes landed on something specific on the table. A laptop opened, its screen displaying a grid of live feeds, and in one of those feeds unmistakably was a view of my bedroom window, and in another a view of my living room. My new hidden camera had been rendered obsolete. They had other cameras still, perhaps even the wireless alarm clock camera, still active, still watching. And then I saw it. On the table, nestled amidst the wires and screens, was a familiar object, the exact same model of the defunct radio I had in my apartment, and next to it a small, dark, cylindrical device, the tracking beacon that had been in my fridge, both functioning perfectly. They had taken them, or more likely they had spare copies and had disabled mine to send a message, a sick, twisted message. We can replace anything you destroy, we are always ahead. My gaze moved from the equipment to the other items in the makeshift camp. A thermos, a few energy bar wrappers, and then something else. Leaning against one of the trees, partially obscured by the tarp, was a jacket. A university jacket, dark blue with the familiar crest of the computer science department. A CS department jacket. Insider knowledge, a faculty office IP. It all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. This wasn't just a random hacker. This was someone intimately connected to the university, and specifically to the computer science department. My blood ran cold as I remembered Ms. Davies' words. The attacker seems to understand our systems intimately, almost as if they had administrative access or insider knowledge. In Professor Davies' office. I quickly took several photos, zooming in on the equipment, the laptop screen, the jacket. Then I heard it, a faint rustle from deeper within the woods, footsteps. Someone was coming back. Panic seized me. I wasn't armed. I wasn't prepared for a confrontation. This was their territory. My heart leaped into my throat. I turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, my legs pumping, not daring to look back. I didn't stop until I burst out onto the main path, gasping for air, my chest burning. I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling, and called Ben. "I found it, Ben," I gasped, out of breath. "Their camp in the woods, it's sophisticated, live feeds of my apartment. They have my radio, the tracker, and a CS department jacket. Someone's coming back. I think they're faculty, or someone with serious insider access." "Alex, calm down. Where are you? Are you safe?" Ben's voice was sharp with alarm. "I'm on the main path, heading back to my apartment," I wheezed. "I think I got out before they saw me. I took pictures, lots of pictures." "Okay, get back to your apartment immediately," Ben ordered. "And don't go back there. Call Miller, send her the pictures, tell her everything. This is a game changer." I got back to my apartment, locking the deadbolt, triple-checking the windows as if that would do any good. My hands were shaking too much to type. I called Detective Miller, my voice still breathless, and recounted everything. The camp, the equipment, the live feeds, the CS jacket. I immediately forwarded all the photos. Detective Miller listened in stunned silence. "Mr. Chen, this is extremely serious. You were expressly warned not to go into the woods, however your information is invaluable. We are dispatching a tactical unit to that location immediately. Do not leave your apartment. Do not engage with anyone. We will be in touch." The next few hours were agonizing. I paced my apartment, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. The thought that someone, possibly a professor, had been watching me, not just digitally but physically, from a camouflaged hideout just yards from my building, was almost too much to bear. The blatant audacity, the meticulous planning, the sheer malice, it was all suffocating. Then my phone rang. Detective Miller. "Mr. Chen," she said, her voice grim, "we swept the woods, the encampment, it was gone, completely. The tarpaulin, the chair, the table, the equipment, the generator, the laptop, the jacket, everything. It was as if no one had ever been there." My stomach dropped. Gone, but I was just there. I took pictures. They were watching me. "We found some disturbed earth, some faint tracks where equipment might have been placed, and a few discarded energy bar wrappers," she confirmed. "But the perpetrator clearly packed up and vacated the premises with extreme haste and efficiency. They likely have a backup plan, a mobile operation, or simply knew they'd been compromised and moved on." "So my pictures are all you have?" I asked, a wave of despair washing over me. "Your pictures are crucial, Mr. Chen," she said firmly. "They confirm your testimony. The image of the CS department jacket, the specific models of the radio and tracker, the live feeds of your apartment, it's all vital evidence. We're running those images through our systems. We'll cross-reference the jacket design with university records, try to identify the specific model of the equipment, and trace any serial numbers if visible." "And Professor Davies," I asked, suddenly remembering, "does this change anything about his computer forensics?" "Professor Davies' computer is still with forensics," she replied. "But the appearance of a CS department jacket at an apparent surveillance hub, combined with the log scrubbing originating from his office, certainly paints a more cohesive and damning picture. It suggests either direct involvement or that he is being used as a very effective cover." We're putting intense pressure on the university to cooperate fully with our investigation into any faculty or staff who might have access to such equipment or knowledge. The fact that they had packed up and disappeared so quickly was yet another testament to their meticulousness, their ability to adapt and evade. They were always one step ahead. It was like fighting a ghost. A few days later, Detective Miller called again. Mr. Chen, good news on one front. Our forensics lab was able to extract some residual data from Professor Davies' computer. It confirms what the IT security team suspected. There was indeed high-privilege access to university server logs from his machine, and evidence of specific log entries being deleted or modified around the time of your account compromise and project dissemination. So he was involved, I asked, a knot tightening in my stomach. Not directly, we believe, she clarified. Our forensic analysts found evidence of remote access software on his machine, specifically a highly obfuscated backdoor. Someone was using his computer remotely to access and scrub those logs, and they were doing it at times when Professor Davies had confirmed alibis attending departmental meetings or off campus. It appears his computer itself was compromised and used as a proxy. A proxy, I repeated, the implications slowly dawning on me. So the attacker hacked his computer to hide their tracks and make it look like he was the one accessing the logs to frame him. That's our current working theory, Detective Miller confirmed. It's an incredibly sophisticated move. Not only did they compromise your account, but they also compromised a faculty member's machine, effectively using it as a shield and a scapegoat while leveraging its administrative privileges. It points to a truly professional and malicious actor. Professor Davies himself appears to be another victim, albeit one whose compromised machine aided the perpetrator. The complexity of the attack was mind-boggling. They had used my account to frame me and Professor Davies' account to cover their tracks and frame him for the digital end of things. It was a masterclass in misdirection and malicious intent. But this also meant the identity of the person behind the CS jacket in the woods, the person who had been in my apartment, was still unknown. What about the CS department jacket? I asked, hoping for a lead. We ran the images through university procurement records and staff rosters, she replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. The jacket is a standard issue design available to all faculty, staff, and graduate students in the computer science department. It offers no unique identifying marks. Thousands of these jackets have been distributed over the years. We're still trying to narrow it down, but it's a broad pool. Thousands, my heart sank. It was a massive pool of suspects. But at least Professor Davies was seemingly cleared on the digital front, though his compromised computer was still a problem. The revelation that Professor Davies was likely a victim too, albeit an unwitting one, shifted my perspective. The original anger at him for the academic probation softened into a new kind of resolve. I wasn't just clearing my name. I was fighting against a truly insidious force that was willing to frame anyone, destroy anyone to achieve its unknown goals. Life at the university continued, a strange dichotomy of normal lectures and this pervasive underlying current of danger. My academic probation hung over me, a constant reminder of the attacker's success. I worked tirelessly, trying to pull my grades back up, but the stress was immense. Maria, bless her, remained a steadfast support. She often came over, sitting with me while I studied, sometimes just being present. Alex, you're looking exhausted, she said one evening, gently pushing a cup of herbal tea towards me. You can't keep living like this. We need to find this person. I know, I sighed, running a hand through my hair. But it's like chasing smoke. They're always one step ahead. They use other people as proxies. They disappear without a trace. It's like they have unlimited resources and infinite patience. Not infinite, Maria countered, a determined glint in her eye. Everyone makes mistakes. We just have to be there to catch it. Her words sparked an idea, mistakes. The attacker had been meticulous but not perfect. The session hijacking cookie was obscure but detectable. The log scrubbing was sophisticated but left traces. The physical intrusions were silent, but I had caught one on camera. Maria, you're right, I said, sitting up straighter. They're good, but they're not infallible, and if they're this persistent, there has to be a pattern, a routine. They watch me right. They've been watching me for weeks, months even, but I've been watching them too in a way. Every incident, every detail. What if I've missed something obvious? I pulled out my thick journal, flipping through the meticulously documented pages. Every text, every email, every physical intrusion. The change schedule, the forum post, the laundry tag, the mouse, the lock message, the cameras, the F grade, the academic probation, the tracker, the radio, the map, the camp. The map, I mused aloud. Why send it? Why point to the woods? Was it just a taunt? Or was it to show me something, to make me aware of their presence there? And if so, why? Maybe they wanted you to know they were close, Maria suggested. To feel more afraid, or maybe they wanted you to come to the woods so they could get a closer look at you, gauge your reaction. Or maybe, I said, a chilling thought forming in my mind, they wanted me to know where they were because they were about to leave. Like a final flourish before disappearing, a performance. But they were still watching you when you found the camp, Maria pointed out. The live feeds, that doesn't sound like they were about to leave. Unless, I continued, thinking out loud, they were using those live feeds to watch my reaction to finding the camp, to watch me watching them. The thought made my skin crawl. It's a game of cat and mouse, Maria, and they want me to know they're the cat. I reviewed the images of the camp again, searching for any new detail. The equipment was generic, high-end, but commercially available. The jacket was common, but something else was bothering me. The way the figure in my apartment had moved, the fluidity, the build, it still nagged at me. Ben, I've been thinking about the person in the apartment footage, I messaged him later. The build, the movement, it's so familiar, but I just can't place it. And it's not Professor Davies. Could it be a student, a graduate student, someone who would wear a CS department jacket and move with that kind of agility? It's possible, Alex, Ben replied. Someone with access to campus, to the department. Graduate students often have privileged access to labs, sometimes even to faculty offices for TA duties. And a CS grad student would certainly have the technical know-how to pull this off. A grad student, the idea sent a cold shiver down my spine. The pool of suspects, which had briefly seemed to shrink to Professor Davies, now expanded exponentially. Suddenly, another seemingly unrelated detail resurfaced in my mind. The AC laundry tag, the first physical intrusion. It had felt personal, a subtle message. AC, I mumbled, my initials, but what if it wasn't just my initials? What if it was their initials? I immediately messaged Detective Miller. Detective, I have a new theory. The AC laundry tag, it was my initials, but what if it was also the perpetrators? Do you have any suspects with the initials AC that fit the description of the person in the footage? She responded quickly. Mr. Chen, we've considered that, but AC is a common initial set. We haven't had any strong leads. However, with the new video footage and the CS jacket, we are expanding our suspect pool. We'll cross-reference the build and movement with individuals who have access to the CS department. It was a long shot, but I had to try everything. The lack of a clear lead was frustrating, making me feel like I was flailing in the dark. Days turned into another week. My apartment felt like a cage, despite the dead radio and the removed tracker. I still felt observed, still felt like I was living in a glass house. The memory of the figure in my living room, of the live feeds in the woods, was a constant psychological burden. Then a new development, not from the police, but from the university IT security team. Ms. Davies called me directly. Mr. Chen, she began, her voice tinged with a strange mix of excitement and apprehension. Our deep dive into the university's network logs, trying to trace the untraceable links used for the project dissemination, and the forum post activity has yielded something. Not an IP address, unfortunately. The attacker was too careful, using VPNs and proxies effectively, but something else. What is it? I asked, my heart hammering. We found a signature, she said. Not a digital signature in the cryptographic sense, but a recurring pattern. The malicious links, the burner email accounts, the forum posts, they all utilized a very specific, unique method of obfuscation in their URLs and message headers. It's like a digital fingerprint, a custom script or tool that they've been using across all their digital attacks. So a unique style of coding, I ventured, thinking of Ben's earlier analysis of the session cookie. Exactly, Ms. Davies confirmed. It's highly advanced, almost artisanal. It suggests a single individual or a very small, tightly knit group using their own custom toolset rather than off-the-shelf malware. Our analysts have never seen anything quite like it in the wild. It's a hallmark of their operation. Can you trace it? That's the difficult part, she admitted. It's designed to be untraceable, but we have its characteristics, its DNA, if you will, and we found something else. This specific obfuscation signature has appeared once before in our system. Not in a malicious context, but in a research paper submitted to a university-wide innovative security solutions competition last year. My mind reeled, a research paper, an innovative security solution. So someone submitted a paper detailing this exact technique. Yes, Ms. Davies confirmed. The student presented a hypothetical scenario outlining how such a sophisticated obfuscation technique could be used to bypass common network monitoring tools and achieve stealthy data transmission or command and control. The paper was highly regarded, winning first place in the competition. Who submitted the paper? I asked, a sense of dread slowly creeping over me. The pieces were starting to fit together, forming a picture I didn't want to see. The paper was submitted by a graduate student in the computer science department, Ms. Davies said, her voice dropping. A brilliant but somewhat reclusive individual. Their name is Aaron Caldwell. Aaron Caldwell, AC. My blood ran cold. The AC laundry tag, the initials, the CS department jacket in the woods, the slender build, the fluid movement from the camera footage, a graduate student with intimate knowledge of the university systems. A brilliant but somewhat reclusive individual. The pieces snapped into place with horrifying precision. Aaron Caldwell, I whispered, the name feeling like a curse on my tongue. He's the one. It's a strong lead, Mr. Chen, Ms. Davies said, her voice cautious, but still circumstantial. We have the digital fingerprint of his research paper matching the attack signature and his initials matching the AC tag. It's compelling. Detective Miller has been informed. They are currently seeking a warrant to search his premises and devices. The world tilted. Aaron Caldwell, I knew the name. He was a phantom in the department, rarely seen, always working in the deep corners of the grad labs. Brilliant, yes, everyone knew that, but reclusive to the point of obsession. My mind raced back through the minimal interactions I'd had with him, the fleeting glimpses in hallways. He was always quiet, intense, his eyes often scanning, observing. But why me? What had I done to provoke such a targeted, cruel, and elaborate campaign of destruction from a fellow student, a brilliant one at that? I immediately called Ben, my voice choked with a mix of fear, anger, and a twisted sense of vindication. Ben, they found him. The IT team found a digital fingerprint of the attacks, a unique obfuscation method. It matches a research paper submitted by a grad student named Aaron Caldwell. AC, the laundry tag. It's him, Ben, Aaron Caldwell. Ben was silent for a moment, letting the information sink in. Aaron Caldwell, the shadow genius of the department, I've heard of him. He's supposed to be one of the most brilliant minds here, but also notoriously antisocial. This is huge, Alex. This explains the sophistication, the insider knowledge, everything. He knows the systems inside and out because he's literally writing the book on how to exploit them. But why me, Ben? I pleaded, the question still burning at the core of my torment. What did I do to him? I don't even know him. That's the missing link, Alex, Ben said, his voice grim. The motive, he's not some random black hat hacker. This is personal. You need to think, Alex. Any interaction, any slight, any competition, any shared project, anything at all, no matter how small, that could have put you on his radar. I racked my brain, desperately searching through memories. Nothing. I was a quiet, hardworking student. I hadn't challenged him, hadn't insulted him, hadn't even been in a class with him where we directly competed. Our paths rarely crossed. Then a faint, almost forgotten memory surfaced. Project 1, Operating Systems, Professor Davies' class, the initial project brief. It had been incredibly challenging, almost insurmountable for an undergraduate. I had struggled, as had many others, but I had persevered. And Aaron Caldwell, as a grad student, would likely have been a TA for that class at some point, or at least familiar with its curriculum. He would know the struggles of the students. He would know the difficulty of the project. No, it couldn't be that simple, a project, this level of malice over a project. The police moved quickly. Detective Miller called me later that evening. Mr. Chen, we've executed a search warrant on Aaron Caldwell's apartment and his lab space on campus. We found a significant amount of electronic surveillance equipment, highly customized software, and a number of devices that match the ones you described and photographed. We also found a CS department jacket matching your description, and a number of laundry tags with various initials, including AC and AXC. He's been taken into custody for questioning. AXC, my full initials. The AC tag was just a subtle misdirection or a partial reveal. He knew my full name, my full initials. He was playing with me all along. Relief, pure and unadulterated, washed over me. They had him. The ghost had a name, a face, a physical presence. The nightmare was finally, truly ending. But the relief was quickly tempered by the still unanswered question, why? I spent the next few days in a strange state of limbo. The physical threat was gone. The constant vigilance slowly began to recede. I could sleep soundly knowing he was in custody, but the question of motive gnawed at me. I needed to know. I deserved to know. Detective Miller called. Mr. Chen, Aaron Caldwell is being uncooperative. He's brilliant, as you suspected, and he's not giving us anything. He denies everything despite the overwhelming evidence. He claims he's being framed, just like you were. He's asking for a lawyer, and we can't compel him to speak without one. We still don't have a clear motive. But you have the evidence, right? I asked, my voice tight. The equipment indefined. But you have the evidence, right? I asked, my voice tight. All the equipment, the software, the jacket, he can't deny that. The evidence is certainly compelling, Mr. Chen, Detective Miller affirmed. And we're building a strong case. But without his cooperation, the motive remains elusive, which can complicate things in court. He's claiming someone else used his research, planted the evidence, or framed him. It's a desperate tactic, but he's intelligent enough to weave a plausible, albeit false, narrative. The relief I had felt began to curdle into frustration. Even with him caught, the shadow still lingered. The lack of an explanation, the absence of a why, was almost as unsettling as the attacks themselves. I needed closure. I needed to understand the twisted logic that had driven Aaron Caldwell to systematically dismantle my life. Can I speak to him? I asked, the words surprising even myself. The idea was absurd, dangerous even, but the desperate need for answers overshadowed my fear. Detective Miller was silent for a moment. That's highly unorthodox, Mr. Chen, and potentially inadvisable. He is currently a suspect in a serious criminal investigation, and you are the victim. Any interaction could be perceived as coercion or intimidation and jeopardize the case. Our legal team would never approve. But if he's not talking to you, maybe he'd talk to me, I argued, clinging to a sliver of irrational hope. Maybe there's something specific, something personal between us that only he knows, that only I can trigger. Mr. Chen, she said, her voice firm but with a touch of understanding, I appreciate your desire for answers, but we have procedures. For now, focus on your recovery. Let us handle Mr. Caldwell. We will find his motive, and when we do, you'll be the first to know. I hung up, the line going dead, leaving me in a vacuum of unsatisfied curiosity. My tormentor was apprehended, but his silence was another form of torture. The next few days brought a whirlwind of activity, primarily from the university. Dr. Albright called me, her voice filled with a mixture of apology and relief. Mr. Chen, I don't know what to say. The university is deeply disturbed by these revelations. Aaron Caldwell was a highly regarded graduate student, and the sheer audacity of his actions is frankly unprecedented. Rest assured, the university is taking immediate steps to rectify your academic record. The F will be expunged, your academic probation rescinded, and a formal apology will be issued to you by the dean. We are also initiating a full review of all of Caldwell's past projects, research, and any interactions he had with other students to assess the scope of his activities. It was the vindication I had fought for. My academic reputation, scarred and maligned, was being restored, a heavy burden lifted from my shoulders, replaced by a cautious sense of hope. The future, which had seemed so bleak and uncertain, now held the promise of normalcy. Maria was overjoyed. See, I told you, the truth always comes out. She hugged me tightly, a genuine smile lighting up her face. Ben, too, expressed his relief, though his hacker cynicism remained. They got him, Alex, that's the main thing, now you can finally breathe. But I couldn't fully breathe. The why persisted. It was a phantom limb, an ache that wouldn't go away. I tried to focus on my studies, on reclaiming my life, but the image of Aaron Caldwell, brilliant and silent in a holding cell, haunted my peripheral vision. A week passed. The news of Aaron Caldwell's arrest spread through the university like wildfire, albeit with careful, measured announcements from the administration. The computer science department was abuzz with hushed whispers and speculation. No one could fathom why one of their brightest stars would engage in such a malicious, targeted campaign against a fellow student. The prevailing theory, fueled by the official, cautious statements, was that Caldwell was suffering from some form of mental instability, a breakdown under the pressure of his own genius. I, however, didn't buy it. Caldwell's actions, from the meticulous planning to the sophisticated technical execution to the psychological warfare, bespoke a chillingly rational, albeit malevolent mind. This wasn't a breakdown, it was a calculated campaign. I went back through my journal, rereading every entry, every detail of the attacks, searching for anything, any subtle clue that might point to a motive. The session hijacking cookie, the altered schedule, the AC laundry tag, the locked message, the cameras, the F grade, the academic probation, the tracker, the radio, the map to the woods, the camp, the CS department jacket, the unique obfuscation signature. All of it led back to Aaron Caldwell. But none of it explained why. My academic record was officially cleared. The F was replaced with an incomplete pending a reevaluation of my original project, which Dr. Albright assured me would be treated fairly and without prejudice. My academic probation was lifted. It was a huge relief, but it felt hollow without understanding the root cause. One afternoon, I was in the campus library trying to catch up on missed readings when I saw her, Dr. Albright. She was sitting alone at a table, poring over a stack of papers, her usual severe expression softened by what looked like deep thought. I hesitated, then decided to approach her. She had, after all, shown me genuine concern in the end. Dr. Albright, I said softly. She looked up, her eyes widening slightly in recognition. Mr. Chen, please sit. I sat down opposite her. I wanted to thank you again for your help and for the university's swift action to clear my name. She nodded, a faint, sad smile touching her lips. It was the least we could do, Mr. Chen. We failed you initially, but I'm glad we were able to rectify it. This whole ordeal has been a shock to us all, especially regarding Aaron Caldwell. That's actually what I wanted to ask you about, I admitted. Do you have any idea, any theory as to why he did this? I've racked my brain, and I can't think of a single interaction I had with him that would provoke such animosity. Dr. Albright sighed, pushing her papers aside. Honestly, Mr. Chen, the entire department is baffled. Aaron was a prodigy, brilliant, as Ms. Davies noted. His research was cutting edge, his understanding of network security and obfuscation techniques was unparalleled. He was destined for a stellar career. She paused, her gaze distant. But he was also isolated, socially awkward, intensely focused. He didn't form close relationships. He was very much in his own world. But to do this, I pressed, to go to such lengths to destroy someone's life over nothing. That's the mystery, isn't it? She mused. Perhaps it wasn't nothing in his mind. Genius often walks a fine line with obsession. I remember he was fiercely competitive about his work. He saw his ideas as extensions of himself. Any perceived challenge, any slight, no matter how minor to an outsider, could be amplified in his mind. Was there any specific project, any competition that we both might have been involved in? I asked, a flicker of an old memory trying to surface. Dr. Albright thought for a moment. Well, he certainly wouldn't have been in your undergraduate classes directly. He taught as a TA occasionally, but I don't recall him ever TAing your operating systems course. He was mostly focused on his doctoral research, but he did win the Innovative Security Solutions competition last year with that paper Ms. Davies mentioned, the one outlining the obfuscation methods. I know, I said, that's how they linked him to the attacks. Precisely, she continued. It was a truly groundbreaking piece of work. The judges were astounded. He foresaw vulnerabilities and developed countermeasures that were years ahead of their time. He was lauded for it. It put him on the fast track. She looked at me, her expression turning thoughtful. You know, one of the judges for that competition was Professor Davies, Mark Davies. He was particularly impressed by Aaron's work. Professor Davies, I repeated, the name sparking a connection in my mind. The one whose computer was used as a proxy to scrub the logs. Indeed, she confirmed. Mark was a big proponent of Aaron's. He saw his potential. And it just so happens, Mark was also one of the faculty members who reviewed your original Project 1 submission for his operating systems class. My blood ran cold. The pieces, still disparate, began to orbit around a central point. Project 1, Operating Systems, Professor Davies, Aaron Caldwell. Wait, I said, leaning forward. My Project 1, the one where I got the F, was Aaron Caldwell involved in its grading or in the competition surrounding it? Dr. Albright frowned. No, not directly. Graduate students occasionally assist with grading, but Aaron was too senior for that level of involvement in an Intro OS course. And your project wouldn't have been part of the Innovative Security Solutions competition. That was for advanced graduate-level research. But what if there was some overlap, I persisted. Something subtle, something I wouldn't have noticed. She shook her head. I really can't imagine what, Mr. Chen. Project 1 was a standard assignment, a challenging one certainly, but standard. Caldwell was operating at a completely different level. I thanked her and left the library, her words echoing in my mind. Genius often walks a fine line with obsession. He was fiercely competitive. Any perceived challenge, any slight, no matter how minor to an outsider, could be amplified in his mind. And Project 1. I went straight back to my apartment and pulled out my old laptop, the one I used for Project 1. It felt like an archaeological dig, dusting off ancient history. I opened the file, staring at the lines of code that had led to my downfall. The project was an ambitious one, to design and implement a novel process scheduling algorithm for a simulated operating system. My approach at the time was to integrate elements of real-time scheduling with adaptive priority adjustment based on observed process behavior. It was complex, imperfect, but I thought it showed promise. I remembered the initial feedback from Professor Davies. He had called my approach unconventional, overly ambitious for a first project, and lacking in established theoretical foundations. He had even suggested that while the code was functional, the underlying concept was flawed, trying to merge two incompatible paradigms. My mind raced. Aaron Caldwell, brilliant, fiercely competitive, obsessed with his own ideas. What if my unconventional approach, however flawed, had somehow inadvertently stumbled upon a concept, a seed of an idea that was central to Caldwell's own cutting-edge research? It was a wild theory bordering on paranoid, but it was the only thing that made sense of his extreme reaction. He wasn't after my money or my reputation for its own sake. He was after something more profound to him, intellectual property, his perceived originality, his genius. I pulled up Caldwell's prize-winning research paper, which was publicly available through the university's digital archive. I skimmed through the abstract, the introduction, the theoretical framework. It was dense, complex, far beyond my current understanding. But as I read, a few key phrases jumped out at me. Adaptive multi-level feedback cues, dynamic resource allocation based on predictive behavioral models, novel obfuscation techniques for secure process prioritization. My heart hammered in my chest. Adaptive multi-level feedback cues, dynamic resource allocation. These were the very concepts I had been grappling with in my crude undergraduate attempt at Project 1. My scheduling algorithm in its primitive way was trying to achieve something conceptually similar, to dynamically adjust process priorities based on their observed resource usage and system state, integrating aspects of real-time performance. My algorithm was nowhere near as sophisticated or as fully developed as Caldwell's theoretical framework, which used advanced cryptographic obfuscation to ensure secure and efficient prioritization in distributed systems. But the core idea, the fundamental philosophical approach, felt eerily similar. He hadn't just developed an obfuscation method, he had developed it for a specific purpose: secure, dynamic, and adaptive process scheduling. In my Project 1, a simple undergraduate assignment had, in its own primitive way, tried to tackle a similar problem with a conceptually similar approach. Could my humble, flawed project have accidentally, unknowingly encroached upon the intellectual territory of a genius, triggering his obsessive wrath? I immediately called Ben, my voice trembling with a mixture of revelation and horror. Ben, I think I know why he did it. Aaron Caldwell, his research, my Project 1. I rapidly explained my theory, the shared conceptual framework, the overlap in ideas. Ben listened intently, a long silence on his end after I finished. Holy shit, Alex, that's completely plausible, more than plausible actually. For someone like Caldwell, a perceived intellectual theft, even an accidental one, could be the ultimate provocation, especially if he saw your crude attempt as somehow diminishing the originality of his own fully developed, elegant solution. But it wasn't theft, I protested. I had no idea, I was just a student trying to solve a problem. He wouldn't see it that way, Alex, Ben said, his voice grim. For a mind like his, which probably lives and breathes these abstract concepts, the idea that some undergraduate might independently stumble onto a cornerstone of his doctoral work could be infuriating. It could feel like you were diluting his genius, claiming a piece of his intellectual birthright, even if you weren't aware of it. Or worse, he might have worried you would develop it further, or eventually claim priority. So he tried to get me expelled, I breathed, the pieces of the puzzle finally locking into place with terrifying clarity. He sabotaged my project, framed me for academic dishonesty, got me put on probation, all to discredit me, to remove me from the academic environment, to ensure I'd never pursue those ideas further. And then he kept watching you, Ben added, to make sure you didn't resurface, to make sure you were truly out of the picture. The ongoing surveillance, the psychological warfare, it was all about control, ensuring you wouldn't be a threat, real or perceived, to his intellectual dominance. The motive, once a gaping void, now stood before me, chilling in its clarity and its twisted logic. It was a testament to the fragile ego of a genius, to the terrifying depths of academic rivalry, taken to its most extreme and malicious conclusion. I sent my analysis, my Project 1 code, and Caldwell's research paper to Detective Miller, explaining my theory. Her response was swift. Mr. Chen, your theory is highly compelling, she said, her voice betraying a hint of excitement. We've been struggling with the why. This provides a concrete, albeit disturbing, motive. We'll present this to Mr. Caldwell's lawyer and see if it breaks his silence. It's a psychological pressure point we can leverage. The university quickly confirmed that my original Project 1, while technically flawed in its implementation and presentation, did indeed contain conceptual elements that significantly overlapped with some of the foundational ideas explored in Aaron Caldwell's award-winning paper. It was an uncanny, accidental convergence of thought, a testament to the power of independent discovery, and in this case, the catalyst for a nightmare. Days later, Detective Miller called me again. Her voice was calmer, more definitive. Mr. Chen, she said, Aaron Caldwell has finally spoken. Your theory was accurate. When confronted with the evidence of your Project 1 and the conceptual overlap with his own research, he finally broke. He admits to everything. The phishing email, the session hijacking, the project manipulation, the framing, the surveillance, the physical intrusions, the attempt to frame Professor Davies. All of it. A profound wave of exhaustion, relief, and anger washed over me. He admitted it. The nightmare was truly over. Why? I asked, my voice raw. What did he say? He didn't express remorse, Mr. Chen, Detective Miller stated plainly. He views you as an intellectual parasite, an unoriginal mind who stumbled upon greatness without understanding it. He claimed you tainted his ideas and that he had to eliminate the contamination to protect the purity of his work. He became fixated on the idea that you might somehow inadvertently diminish his groundbreaking contributions if your project were ever seen as having any merit. His words, relayed through the detective, were a chilling glimpse into the mind of my tormentor. It wasn't about me personally, not about Alex Chen the individual. It was about Alex Chen the accidental intellectual competitor, the perceived threat to his unique genius. The sheer arrogance, the unbridled ego was breathtaking. "So he tried to destroy me," I said, the words heavy. "He tried to erase any trace of you that might be linked to his intellectual territory," Detective Miller corrected. He viewed it as self-preservation from his twisted perspective. He also admitted to the psychological warfare, saying he wanted to break your spirit so you'd never think of pursuing complex theoretical work again. The vindication was complete. Aaron Caldwell, the shadow genius, was a vindictive, narcissistic intellectual predator. The police had a full confession, and the weight of the evidence against him was insurmountable. Justice, it seemed, would finally be served. Aaron Caldwell was formally charged with a litany of crimes: aggravated cyberstalking, computer fraud, unlawful entry, destruction of property, and academic fraud. The university, in conjunction with the police, also launched an internal investigation into Caldwell's research and any other students or faculty he might have targeted. The academic community was shaken to its core. With the immediate threat gone and the full truth revealed, I slowly, tentatively began to rebuild my life. The university formally reinstated my excellent academic standing, removing all negative marks and even offering me counseling services, which I reluctantly accepted. They also provided support for Professor Davies, whose reputation had been unfairly tarnished. I focused on my classes, on my studies. The joy of learning slowly began to return, now unburdened by the constant fear. Maria remained my closest confidant, a steadfast presence. Ben continued to be a loyal friend, his sardonic humor a welcome distraction. But the experience had changed me fundamentally. The world no longer felt safe, no longer predictable. The trust I once had in the academic environment and the inherent goodness of people was irrevocably fractured. I was more cautious, more aware, always scanning, always observant. The paranoia didn't disappear overnight. It became a quiet, constant companion, a vigilant sentinel within my mind. I decided to meet with Dr. Albright one last time before the end of the semester. She had been instrumental in my ultimate exoneration, and I felt a sense of gratitude, tempered with the lingering unease that the university's systems had allowed such a predator to operate for so long. "Mr. Chen," she said, her office still neat and orderly, but her demeanor noticeably more subdued, "please come in. I wanted to check on you personally. How are you feeling?" "Better, Dr. Albright, much better now that it's over. Thank you again for everything." "It's truly a tragedy in a way," she mused, gazing out her window at the autumn leaves. A mind like Aaron Caldwell's, twisted by such profound ego and insecurity, he could have contributed so much to the field, to humanity. Instead, he chose a path of destruction. "He nearly destroyed my life," I said, my voice quiet but firm. "His genius was a weapon." She turned to me, her eyes filled with a new understanding. "Indeed, and that's a lesson we, as an institution, must take to heart. We must foster environments that encourage collaboration, not cutthroat competition, and we must be vigilant against the darker aspects of human nature, even within the hallowed halls of academia." She paused, then offered a faint smile. "I reviewed your Project 1, Mr. Chen, after everything came to light, the original submission. While Professor Davies' initial critiques on implementation were valid, the conceptual framework was, dare I say, remarkably insightful, uncanny even. It genuinely showed a unique way of approaching the problem. You just lacked the theoretical tools and experience to fully articulate and implement it at the time." My heart swelled with a quiet pride. My work, which had been the source of so much pain, was finally recognized for its underlying merit. "Thank you, Dr. Albright, that means a lot." "It's simply the truth," she insisted. "And I hope you won't let this experience deter you from pursuing those complex theoretical problems in the future. Perhaps one day you'll be the one building the next generation of adaptive multi-level feedback cues, but with a more ethical approach." She winked, a rare, almost playful gesture. The conversation gave me a sense of peace, a quiet resolve. I was not broken, my intellect was not tainted, my future was still mine to shape. As the semester drew to a close, the university made good on its promises. A formal public apology was issued to me, acknowledging the grave injustice. My full tuition for the next semester was waived as a gesture of restitution. And to my surprise, Dr. Albright offered me an independent study opportunity for the following semester to explore advanced topics in operating systems and network security, with a focus on ethical hacking and defensive strategies. It was an invitation to turn my trauma into knowledge, my weakness into strength. I accepted without hesitation. The trial of Aaron Caldwell was set for the spring. It promised to be a high-profile case, attracting media attention from across the country. I was prepared to testify, to stand before him and tell my story, to fully reclaim my narrative. But even with Caldwell incarcerated, a subtle undercurrent of unease remained. It wasn't a return of the visceral fear, but a deeper, more philosophical question. Caldwell had been a lone wolf, a reclusive genius. But his methods, his access, his ability to manipulate systems, it revealed vulnerabilities far beyond just one individual's malice. Who else could exploit such systems? What other shadow geniuses might be lurking, driven by unknown motives? The world, both digital and physical, felt more permeable, more susceptible to hidden forces than I had ever imagined. One evening, a few weeks after Caldwell's confession, I was finally able to sit in my apartment and just be. The radio remained silent, a harmless, useless box. The fridge was free of trackers. My hidden camera was still running, but it now only captured the mundane rhythm of my own life. I still checked the locks, still glanced over my shoulder in crowded places, still felt a prickle of anxiety when an unfamiliar email landed in my inbox. These were new habits, born from trauma, that would likely stay with me for a long time. Ben called, his voice cheerful. "Alex, good news, I just talked to Maria. She told me you accepted the independent study with Dr. Albright. That's fantastic, turning lemons into lemonade, eh?" "Something like that," I chuckled, a genuine smile gracing my lips for the first time in months. "It feels good to be learning again, to be building instead of just reacting." "That's the spirit," Ben affirmed. "And hey, with Caldwell behind bars, maybe you can finally get that radio fixed, get back to your projects, build something awesome." "Maybe," I said, looking at the silent radio. It was a symbol of my past torment, but also a reminder of my resilience. I had salvaged it from the depths of despair. I had stood up against an unseen enemy and won. The conversation with Ben drifted to mundane updates, to future plans. Life, in its stubborn way, was moving forward. Later that night, as I prepared for bed, I glanced at my desk. My old radio sat there, still dormant, still a monument to what I had endured. I hadn't touched it since the discovery of Caldwell's camp. Part of me wanted to just throw it away, severing that last tangible link to the horror. But another part of me, the part that had fought so hard to survive, felt a strange pull. It was a broken piece of my life, but it was my broken piece. Perhaps, I thought, running my fingers over its cold, smooth surface, it was time to finally try and fix it myself, to take back that control, to dismantle the symbol of their power and repurpose it for my own. It would be a final, symbolic act of defiance, a testament to my recovery. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Caldwell had been thorough, but I was Alex Chen, and I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was a survivor, and I was ready to face whatever complex circuitry, whatever hidden sabotage lay within. The trial would bring justice, but true healing, I realized, would come from within. It would come from reclaiming the fragments of my life, piece by painstaking piece, and making them whole again. And perhaps, along the way, I would learn something new, not just about machines, but about myself. The spring semester began with a fresh energy. My independent study with Dr. Albright proved to be fascinating and challenging, exactly what I needed to re-engage my mind. We delved into the intricacies of Caldwell's obfuscation techniques, analyzing his code not to emulate his malice, but to understand and develop robust countermeasures. It was empowering, turning the weapons of my tormentor into tools for defense. I spent hours in the lab, sometimes late into the night, dissecting Caldwell's code, identifying its unique fingerprint, and hypothesizing how it could be detected and neutralized in real-world scenarios. Dr. Albright was an insightful mentor, guiding me through complex theoretical frameworks and encouraging me to push the boundaries of my understanding. One evening, after a particularly grueling session of debugging a detection script, I walked back to my apartment. The air was cool, carrying the scent of blooming jasmine. The campus, usually quiet at this hour, hummed with a different kind of energy now, the energy of students studying for midterms, of life moving on. My old habits of vigilance lingered, but they were less a panicked reaction and more a quiet awareness. I was still observant, but not consumed by fear. As I approached my building, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Not near my apartment, not near the woods, but across the street, by the cluster of old oaks that marked the boundary of the campus arboretum. A dark figure, almost imperceptible against the deeper shadows of the trees, seemed to be observing my building. My heart gave a familiar jolt, a cold splash of adrenaline. I immediately ducked behind a parked car, my mind racing. Caldwell was in jail. This couldn't be him. Was it a copycat, an accomplice? Had I been wrong? Was the nightmare not truly over? I forced myself to breathe, to assess the situation calmly. The figure was still, standing perfectly still, half hidden by the broad trunk of an ancient oak. They weren't moving towards me. They weren't making any overt threats. They were just watching. After a few long minutes, the figure slowly turned, their form dissolving further into the darkness of the trees until they were gone. I remained crouched behind the car, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Was it just a student taking a late-night walk, someone having a private moment, or was it something more sinister? The old paranoia, dormant for weeks, stirred violently within me. The world had started to feel safe again. Now it felt fragile. I got back to my apartment, double-locked the door, and checked my hidden camera's feed just in case. Nothing. The area directly outside my door was clear, but the figure had been across the street outside the camera's range. I tried to rationalize it. It was probably nothing, a coincidence, my heightened senses playing tricks on me, but the image of that still, dark figure just watching wouldn't leave me. The next morning, I called Detective Miller, recounting what I had seen. She listened patiently. "Mr. Chen," she said, her voice calm and reassuring, "we understand your apprehension. After what you've been through, it's natural to be wary. We'll have a patrol car do extra sweeps around your building just as a precaution. But let me assure you, Aaron Caldwell is securely incarcerated, and there has been no indication of any accomplices or ongoing threats linked to his case. It's likely you saw an innocent passerby, or perhaps your mind is simply still recovering. These things take time." Her words were meant to comfort, but they didn't fully quell the unsettling feeling. Caldwell was a lone wolf, but his actions had created ripple effects. Perhaps someone else, inspired by his genius or his methods, was now watching. Or perhaps the world truly was a more dangerous place than I had ever known. I continued my independent study, but the incident rekindled a deeper sense of purpose. I wasn't just learning to defend against Caldwell's specific attacks. I was learning to defend against the unseen, the unexpected, the ever-present vulnerabilities in a world increasingly reliant on technology. It was a fight that would never truly end. The trial of Aaron Caldwell began as scheduled in the spring. It was a media circus. Reporters swarmed the courthouse, eager to cover the story of the brilliant prodigy turned cybercriminal. I sat in the courtroom watching him, trying to reconcile the figure in the defendant's box with the phantom who had terrorized my life. He looked pale, gaunt, his eyes still sharp and intense, but now devoid of their former arrogance, replaced by a sullen resentment. My testimony was difficult, recounting every detail of the nightmare, from the phishing email to the camp in the woods. Caldwell's lawyer tried to paint me as an opportunist, a student trying to steal a genius's ideas, but the evidence, combined with Caldwell's chilling confession, was too overwhelming. The verdict was swift and unequivocal, guilty on all counts. Aaron Caldwell was sentenced to a substantial prison term, his promising career shattered, his genius imprisoned. It was over, the official chapter at least. The closure I had yearned for was finally delivered by the gavel of justice. I walked out of the courthouse into the bright spring sunshine, the media frenzy still swirling around me, but I felt a strange sense of detachment. The anger was gone, replaced by a quiet emptiness. It was a victory, but a hollow one. The scars remained, etched deep into my psyche. Ben and Maria were there, waiting for me. Maria hugged me tightly, tears in her eyes. "It's over, Alex, you can finally move on." "I know," I said, a faint smile on my lips. "I really do." But as I looked up at the vast, clear sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just one battle in a much larger, unseen war. Caldwell might be gone, but the vulnerabilities he exploited, the potential for such malice, remained. My independent study with Dr. Albright continued, now with renewed vigor. I was determined to master the tools of defense to contribute to a safer digital world. I knew my path. The incident by the Arboretum, the dark figure watching, remained an unexplained anomaly. It never happened again, and Detective Miller's reassurances eventually became more convincing. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my still healing imagination. Or perhaps it was a subtle reminder that some shadows linger, even after the source of the darkness has been contained. One afternoon, I sat in my apartment looking at the silent radio. It was time. I carefully disassembled it, revealing the intricate circuitry within. Caldwell's modifications were indeed clever, designed to be subtle and difficult to detect. He had inserted a tiny, custom-made module that not only transmitted a signal, but also actively disabled the radio's receiving capabilities, making it appear broken. It took me hours, carefully tracing wires, desoldering components, and finally, removing the malicious module. Then, just as painstakingly, I reassembled the radio, ensuring every connection was secure, every component properly seated. I plugged it in, my heart pounding with anticipation. I turned the dial slowly, searching for a signal, static, then a faint crackle, and then, clear as a bell, the familiar sound of a classical music station. The radio was fixed, my radio, restored by my own hands to its original purpose. It wasn't just a radio anymore, it was a symbol of my reclaimed agency, my resilience. I sat back, listening to the soothing melody, a profound sense of peace settling over me. The past was behind me, the future was unwritten, and I was ready for whatever it held. I had survived the digital ghost, the shadow genius, I had found justice, and I had finally started to heal. But even as the music filled my apartment, a new, more subtle awareness flickered at the edge of my consciousness. The world had shown me its teeth. It had revealed the fragile line between genius and madness, between privacy and exposure. And though the immediate threat was gone, I knew with a certainty that permeated my very being that the game wasn't truly over. It never was. I had won this round, but the world was full of other shadows, other complexities waiting to be unraveled and indefined. And though the immediate threat was gone, I knew with a certainty that permeated my very being that the game wasn't truly over. It never was. I had won this round, but the world was full of other shadows, other complexities waiting to be unraveled. And those complexities, I was beginning to realize, might stem from places far more unsettling than the twisted ego of a single genius. The fixed radio, now a constant source of soothing music, became a focal point in my apartment, a monument not just to survival but to active reclamation. But even with its restored hum, the incident by the Arboretum continued to prickle at the edge of my memory. It was an anomaly, a tiny crack in the perfectly sealed narrative of Caldwell's capture. Detective Miller's words about an innocent passerby and a recovering mind had offered comfort, but a part of me, the part sharpened by months of paranoia, refused to fully dismiss it. My independent study with Dr. Albright rapidly consumed my time and intellect. We were not just analyzing Caldwell's code, but deconstructing his philosophical approach to obfuscation and control. It was like learning a dark art, but with the intent of creating light. Dr. Albright, herself a formidable mind, pushed me hard, forcing me to think several steps ahead, to anticipate not just known vulnerabilities, but potential yet unforeseen threats. The greatest defense, she often reiterated, her gaze intense, is not merely patching existing holes, but understanding the mindset of those who seek to exploit them. Caldwell was a master of misdirection. His real genius lay in making the invisible seem non-existent and the obvious seem irrelevant. We built simulations, recreated attack vectors, and developed detection algorithms designed to spot Caldwell's digital fingerprint even when deeply embedded in seemingly benign network traffic. It was exhilarating, a tangible way to channel the lingering trauma into productive action. I found a renewed sense of purpose, a drive that transcended mere academic achievement. This was about understanding the very fabric of the digital world, its power, and its terrifying fragility. One late Tuesday evening, buried deep in lines of code in a secluded corner of the grad lab, I encountered a peculiar anomaly. I was stress testing a new detection script against a simulated university network environment, seeding it with various Caldwell-esque obfuscation patterns. The script, designed to flag specific patterns of encrypted data transmission, suddenly lit up with a non-standard alert. It wasn't a Caldwell signature, it was something new. The alert pointed to an unusual, highly encrypted outbound connection originating from a server within the university's physics department. The connection was brief, almost instantaneous, then dissolved, leaving barely a trace. My script, however, had caught the unique structure of its header information, a structure that defied conventional encryption standards. I stared at the screen, a familiar chill creeping up my spine. This wasn't a standard university server issue. This was different. Caldwell's attacks had been elaborate, but they were largely focused on data manipulation and surveillance within the CS department and my personal accounts. This was a direct, highly sophisticated, and almost undetectable exfiltration attempt from a completely different part of the university. I immediately brought it to Dr. Albright's attention the next morning. She examined my logs with a meticulous eye, her expression growing increasingly serious. This is unlike anything Caldwell produced," she murmured, zooming in on the packet header analysis. "The encryption algorithm used here is non-standard, perhaps even custom-built, and the way it minimizes its footprint, it's almost surgical, like a phantom." "A phantom from the physics department," I ventured, trying to mask the tremor in my voice. "Potentially," she agreed, her brow furrowing. "The physics department handles an enormous amount of sensitive research data, much of it highly classified, related to national defense contracts, cutting-edge materials science, and even some experimental quantum computing projects. A breach there would be catastrophic." We spent the rest of the day analyzing the fragment. The signature wasn't a direct match for any known malicious software or state-sponsored apt groups. It was unique, sophisticated, and deeply unsettling. We notified Ms. Davies in IT security, providing her with the raw data. She promised an immediate, discreet investigation. The following week was tense. Ms. Davies reported back that their deeper network scans had indeed confirmed several similar, brief, and highly encrypted outbound connections from the physics department servers. Each time they vanished before a full trace could be established. The attacker was incredibly careful, using a burst transmission method, sending tiny packets of data, highly obfuscated, then immediately severing the connection. It was like trying to catch smoke. "They're taking information," Ms. Davies concluded in a hushed phone call with Dr. Albright and me. "We just don't know what or how much or why. And the method, it's unlike anything we've encountered. It's almost more advanced than Caldwell's techniques. It makes his work look pedestrian by comparison." That stung a little, considering how terrifying Caldwell's pedestrian work had been, but the implications were clear. There was a new player, and they were playing a much bigger, much more dangerous game. The university decided to keep the investigation under wraps, fearing panic and potential disruption to ongoing, sensitive research. Only a select few, including Dr. Albright, Ms. Davies, and myself, were privy to the full scope of the emerging threat. I felt a familiar weight pressing on me, but this time it wasn't personal fear, it was a sense of responsibility. I had discovered this new shadow, and I was determined to help bring it into the light. My independent study pivoted. We began to focus intensely on this new signature, trying to reverse engineer its unique properties from the tiny fragments of data we had. Dr. Albright theorized it might be a new form of steganography embedded directly into network protocols, or a highly advanced form of quantum encryption resistant to classical decryption methods. "It speaks to an understanding of fundamental physics as well as computer science," Dr. Albright observed during one of our late-night sessions. "Someone who bridges disciplines. Caldwell was brilliant, but his focus was purely on digital exploitation. This is broader." My mind flashed back to the physics department. What kind of student or faculty member would have access to those servers and possess such a unique blend of expertise? I brought my old friend Ben into the loop, swearing him to secrecy. I knew his skills could be invaluable. We met in a secluded cafe off campus, my voice low as I recounted the new developments. Ben's usual sardonic grin slowly faded as I spoke. "Quantum encryption, stealth steganography, and network protocols. Alex, this isn't just a grad student trying to settle a grudge. This is serious. This is like state-level stuff or a major corporate espionage operation." "That's what Ms. Davies and Dr. Albright are worried about," I confirmed. "They're trying to avoid a public panic, but the implications are massive." "So no AC laundry tags this time, eh?" Ben joked weakly, trying to lighten the mood, but his eyes were serious. "You're in deep, man, deeper than before." "I know," I said, looking out the window at the bustling campus. "But I can't just stand by, not after everything I've learned." Ben nodded, a flicker of his old hacking spirit returning. "All right, send me everything you can, securely, of course. I'll run some deep packet inspection on some of the fragments, see if I can find any unusual patterns that your script might have missed. Two sets of eyes are better than one, especially when they're looking at something this bizarre." With Ben working on the fragments and Ms. Davies' team conducting discrete internal investigations, I focused on building more robust detection mechanisms. I spent hours in the lab, fueled by coffee and a relentless drive, pushing the boundaries of my own understanding. I realized then that my journey, ignited by fear, had evolved into a genuine passion for cybersecurity. This was no longer just about survival, it was about mastery. Days turned into another week. The phantom exfiltrations continued sporadically, always brief, always elusive. Ms. Davies' team reported no suspicious activity from within the physics department itself, no unusual logins, no compromised user accounts. It was as if the data was simply teleporting out. "They're not using standard access," Ms. Davies mused during a conference call. "It's too clean, too targeted. It has to be an insider, but one who isn't leaving a digital footprint. Or it's not an insider in the traditional sense." "What do you mean?" Dr. Albright asked, her voice sharp. "What if they're exploiting a physical vulnerability?" Ms. Davies suggested. "A device planted somewhere, a compromised piece of hardware that acts as a bridge, or even something more exotic. The physics department deals with some very specialized equipment, things that don't always fall under standard IT oversight." My mind immediately jumped to the images of Caldwell's camp, the specialized radio equipment. He had manipulated physical space and the electromagnetic spectrum to achieve his surveillance. Could this new threat be doing something similar, but on a far grander scale and for information exfiltration? I suggested a physical sweep of the physics department labs and server rooms, focusing on unusual devices or modifications to existing hardware. Ms. Davies agreed, but stressed the need for extreme discretion, as a full-blown raid would alert the perpetrator and potentially compromise ongoing research. The physical sweep was undertaken by Ms. Davies, most trusted highly cleared technicians discreetly posing as maintenance or upgrade personnel. They found nothing out of the ordinary. Every piece of equipment was accounted for, every cable properly routed. The phantom remained just that, a phantom. Meanwhile, Ben hit a snag. His advanced analysis tools confirmed the unique nature of the packet headers but couldn't decrypt the payload. It's like trying to read a book in a language that doesn't exist, he reported, frustration evident in his voice. The encryption is so bespoke, so utterly alien to anything in our known threat intelligence databases, and the key exchange methods, they're like nothing I've ever seen. It's almost like they're using quantum entanglement for key distribution, which is insane. Quantum entanglement. Dr. Albright's words echoed in my mind, quantum computing projects. Ben, I said, a new idea forming, what if they are using quantum encryption? And what if the physics department's quantum computing lab is involved, not as a target, but as a tool? There was a stunned silence on the other end of the line. Alex, that's a pretty wild leap, Ben finally said. Quantum computers capable of that kind of encryption are still largely theoretical or only exist in highly specialized, highly isolated research environments. It's not something you just use to exfiltrate data from a university server. But if anyone could do it, it would be someone in a cutting-edge physics department, right? I pressed. Someone with access to those resources, someone who knows how to bridge the gap between theoretical physics and advanced computer science. Dr. Albright, who was listening in on my call with Ben, immediately picked up on the thread. Mr. Chen, you might be onto something. The university has been a pioneer in quantum research. We have a dedicated, highly secure quantum computing lab, separate from the main physics department, run by a very select group of senior researchers and their PhD candidates. Who runs that lab? I asked, my heart beginning to pound. Dr. Elias Vance, Dr. Albright replied, a thoughtful frown on her face. A brilliant but notoriously reclusive physicist. He's obsessed with his work, rarely interacts with the wider university community, and he has a handful of very talented, equally reclusive grad students. The pattern felt eerily familiar. Brilliant, reclusive, obsessed, it was Caldwell's profile but magnified, and this time with quantum physics thrown into the mix. Ms. Davies immediately launched a new, even more discreet, investigation into Dr. Vance's quantum computing lab. This was an extremely sensitive area, often operating under strict non-disclosure agreements and national security protocols due to the nature of the research. Any investigation had to be handled with extreme delicacy. The next few days were excruciating. I continued my work, now with a laser focus on quantum cryptography and its potential vulnerabilities. The more I learned, the more terrifying the possibilities became. If someone was truly exploiting quantum phenomena for data exfiltration, traditional cybersecurity measures would be utterly useless. We were fighting a ghost with no known weapons. Then Ms. Davies called. Her voice was tight, strained. Mr. Chen, Dr. Albright, we have something. Our team found an anomaly within the quantum computing lab's network logs. Not malicious activity per se, but an unusual pattern of resource allocation. Specifically, one of Dr. Vance's senior PhD students, Anya Sharma, has been utilizing an unprecedented amount of computational power on the lab's experimental quantum processor, far exceeding the requirements for her stated research projects. Anya Sharma, another name, another reclusive genius. But this time a woman. My mind immediately went back to the Arboretum incident, the dark figure. Could it have been her? The build of the person in my apartment footage was slender, agile. It could have been a woman. Caldwell had been the focus, making me blind to other possibilities. What kind of research is Ms. Sharma involved in? Dr. Albright asked, her voice low. Her official research is on error correction in superconducting qubits, Ms. Davies reported. Highly complex, very theoretical, but the computing cycles she's been burning, they indicate something far more intensive. Something that aligns more with experimental quantum communications or advanced data processing beyond error correction. And she has access to the physics department's main servers, I asked. As a senior PhD student under Dr. Vance, she would have extensive privileges, yes, Ms. Davies confirmed. But again, no direct logins or compromised credentials have been found from her accounts on the physics department servers. It's as if whatever she's doing is completely outside the traditional network. Then it has to be using the quantum processor itself, Dr. Albright concluded, bypassing the standard network protocols entirely, using quantum entanglement or some other method to transmit data without touching a classical network backbone. The implications were staggering. If true, Anya Sharma had found a way to create a truly invisible, untraceable data channel, leveraging the bleeding edge of physics. It was a breakthrough that could redefine warfare, espionage, and global power dynamics, and she was using it to steal from her own university. "We need to bring in law enforcement again, Ms. Davies," Dr. Albright stated firmly. "This is beyond university jurisdiction. This touches on national security." Detective Miller was immediately informed. This time, the situation was far more urgent, far more dangerous than Caldwell's cyberstalking. The evidence was still circumstantial, but the technical sophistication pointed to something monumental. A discreet surveillance operation was initiated on Anya Sharma. Her movements were tracked, her digital footprint analyzed. The police, however, were hesitant to move without more concrete evidence. The idea of quantum data theft was still in the realm of science fiction for most law enforcement agencies, and proving it in a court of law would be incredibly challenging. My independent study, now a covert investigation, became my sole focus. I delved into Anya Sharma's published papers, her academic history, anything I could find. She was indeed brilliant, a prodigy, having skipped several grades and published her first peer-reviewed paper on quantum algorithms at the age of 19. Her academic trajectory was meteoric, but like Caldwell, she was socially reserved, preferring the solitude of the lab to social interaction. One evening, while poring over her doctoral dissertation proposal, a seemingly innocuous detail caught my eye. In her proposed methodology for improving qubit coherence, she briefly mentioned a novel approach to noise reduction through cross-dimensional waveform manipulation. The specific mathematical notation she used for describing this waveform manipulation was unusual, almost idiosyncratic. I felt a jolt, cross-dimensional waveform manipulation. My mind flashed back to the phantom exfiltration signatures, the unique, almost alien structure of the packet headers that Ben couldn't decipher. What if that wasn't just an encryption method, but a method of encoding data into a waveform, a physical phenomenon that could then be teleported or transmitted through a quantum channel? It was a long shot, but it resonated with Dr. Albright's theory of fundamental physics being involved. I immediately messaged Ben, attaching the relevant section of Anya's dissertation and the network fragment. His response came back quickly, filled with exclamation points. "Alex, you might be a genius. This notation, it's a theoretical framework for manipulating quantum states to encode information. If she's implementing this, even partially, in a real-world system, that's how she's making the data invisible. It's not just encryption, it's literally hiding the data within the fabric of reality itself." The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Caldwell had played a game of digital cat and mouse. Anya Sharma was playing a game of quantum chess, operating on a level that most of the world didn't even know existed. We presented this new correlation to Ms. Davies and Detective Miller. The mathematical notation, combined with the excessive quantum processor usage and the phantom exfiltrations, provided a much stronger, albeit still highly technical, case against Anya Sharma. The police began preparing for a warrant to search her lab space and her personal devices, a daunting task given the security surrounding quantum research. The stakes were immense. If Anya Sharma was indeed stealing highly sensitive data using quantum methods, the implications for national security were terrifying. The university was in an unprecedented crisis, caught between fostering cutting-edge research and preventing catastrophic breaches. Just as the warrant was being finalized, another incident occurred. This time, it wasn't a digital anomaly. I was leaving the library late one night, a pile of quantum physics textbooks tucked under my arm. The campus was quiet, deserted. As I walked past the darkened physics building, I heard a faint, high-pitched whine, almost imperceptible. It was the sound of powerful cooling systems specific to high-energy physics experiments, but it was far louder than it should have been. And it was coming from the quantum computing lab, which was supposed to be in a low-power, standby state overnight. My heart began to pound. Every instinct, honed by months of terror, screamed at me something was happening. I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling as I tried to dial Detective Miller. But before I could connect, a figure emerged from the shadows of the physics building, not from the main entrance, but from a rarely used service door at the rear. It was Anya Sharma. She was carrying a backpack and her face was illuminated briefly by the glow of her phone as she checked something. Her usually neat hair was disheveled and her eyes darted around nervously. She looked frantic. She moved with a quiet urgency, heading towards the parking garage. As she passed under a dim streetlight, a glint of metal caught my eye. Attached to the side of her backpack, almost hidden, was a small, cylindrical device. It had an array of tiny blinking lights, reminiscent of the sophisticated, custom-made electronics Caldwell had used. But this one seemed even more advanced, almost futuristic. My blood ran cold. She was carrying something important, and she was leaving. I didn't hesitate. I hung up the phone before it connected to Miller, knowing that calling now would be too slow. I had to act. I had to follow her. I ducked behind a thick hedge, keeping to the shadows, my adrenaline pumping. Anya moved quickly, her small figure almost swallowed by the darkness. She got into a beat-up sedan, its engine already running quietly. The car pulled out of the parking garage, driving slowly, almost cautiously, towards the main campus exit. I sprinted, keeping low, moving from tree to tree, from parked car to parked car. My old fear of being watched, of being caught, was overridden by a new, more urgent imperative: stop her. The car made a left turn, heading towards the highway. I knew I couldn't keep up on foot. My only chance was Ben. I pulled out my phone again, dialing his number, my breath ragged. Ben, it's Alex, Anya Sharma, she's leaving campus. From the quantum lab, she has some kind of device on her backpack. I think she's making a run for it. What? Slow down, Alex, where are you? Ben's voice was sharp with concern. I'm by the main exit. She just turned onto University Avenue, heading towards I-95. You need to track her car. She's in a dark blue, old model sedan, I think a Honda Civic. Late 90s, early 2000s model. Damn it, Alex, you shouldn't be following her. That's incredibly dangerous. Ben yelled, but I could hear the rapid clicks of his keyboard in the background. All right, I'm pulling up campus security feeds and traffic cameras. I'll try to get eyes on her. Stay safe, Alex, stay out of sight. I watched the sedan disappear into the night, a sinking feeling in my stomach. I had lost her, but Ben was on it. He was my best hope. I retreated to a safer, more concealed spot, heart still hammering. The campus felt eerily silent now, the brief excitement of the chase leaving a vacuum. I waited desperately for Ben's next call. It came within minutes. Okay, Alex, I have her. She's heading north on I-95, just past the exit for Route 1. I've alerted Detective Miller, but she's still a few minutes out. What did you say that device looked like? Small, cylindrical, blinking lights attached to her backpack, I recounted, trying to recall every detail. It looked like a custom piece of hardware, like Caldwell-S, but different, more advanced. Custom hardware on a quantum physicist making a late-night dash after a suspected data breach using quantum methods. Ben mused, the gravity of the situation clear in his voice. That's not good, Alex. That's probably the device doing the exfiltration, or controlling it. She might be a data mule, or worse, she might be carrying a mobile quantum entanglement node. A mobile quantum entanglement node. The implications were chilling. If she had such a device, she could theoretically establish a secure, untraceable communication channel from anywhere, potentially transmitting vast amounts of data without leaving a trace on conventional networks. Ben, what do you think she's doing? I asked, my mind reeling. Hard to say. Could be meeting someone, could be fleeing for good. If she's got a working quantum comms device, she could disappear into the ether and never be found. We need to stop her, Alex, and fast. Detective Miller called my phone moments later. Mr. Chen, I understand you spotted Ms. Sharma. Ben tells me you have her location. We're deploying units to intercept her on I-95 North. It's going to be a high-risk stop, given the potential for sensitive materials. Sensitive materials, I asked. Yes, if she has a working quantum device, it could potentially contain or transmit highly classified research. And we don't know who she's working for. This could be much larger than we initially thought. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. This wasn't just a university incident anymore. This was a full-blown espionage thriller, and I, a simple CS student, was somehow in the middle of it. I waited by the side of the road, watching police cruisers scream past, lights flashing, sirens wailing. The pursuit was on. The scale of it was overwhelming. The quiet academic nightmare had transformed into a high-stakes, real-world chase. Hours later, the sun was just beginning to paint the horizon when Detective Miller called again. Her voice was grave. Mr. Chen, we intercepted Anya Sharma's vehicle. She led us on a brief chase, but we managed to box her in. We apprehended her without incident. A wave of relief washed over me, but it was quickly tempered by her next words. However, the device you described, the one on her backpack, it's gone. It's not in the car, it's not on her person, and the backpack itself is empty. We believe she disposed of it during the pursuit. My heart sank. Disposed of it how? We're searching the highway shoulder now, but it's a long stretch of road, Mr. Chen. And if it's a small, custom device, it could be almost impossible to find. She's not talking, just demanding a lawyer. Another silent genius, another perpetrator who was not yielding answers. The pattern was frustratingly familiar. What about the data? I asked, my voice tight. Did she transmit anything before she was caught? That's the terrifying part, Mr. Chen, Detective Miller admitted. We don't know. If that device was indeed a quantum communications node, and if she activated it, the data could be anywhere untraceable. We have no way of knowing what, if anything, was exfiltrated in those final moments. The victory felt hollow, incomplete. We had caught the person, but the true damage might have already been done. Anya Sharma, the second shadow genius, had proven to be even more elusive and dangerous than Caldwell. Her methods were cutting-edge, her motives unknown, and her escape route for the critical evidence flawless. I returned to my apartment, the first rays of dawn painting my room in a pale, almost clinical light. The radio played a soft classical piece, a jarring contrast to the chaos of the night. I stared at its warm, analog glow, a stark reminder of the digital ghost that had once haunted my life. Now there was a quantum ghost. Dr. Albright called later that morning. Her voice was weary. "Mr. Chen, Ms. Sharma is in custody, but the device, the data, it's a massive problem. The university is in crisis mode. Federal agencies are now involved. This is far beyond what any of us could have anticipated. So we have her, but we're no closer to understanding what she did, or why," I summarized, a bitter taste in my mouth. "Precisely," Dr. Albright sighed. "She's as uncooperative as Caldwell, perhaps even more so. And without that device, proving the quantum exfiltration will be incredibly difficult. We have the logs of the unusual processor usage and your excellent correlation with her dissertation, but it's all circumstantial without the physical proof." I spent the next few days in a haze, the exhaustion and lingering anxiety taking their toll. My classes felt distant, irrelevant. The independent study, once a source of empowerment, now felt like a relentless, uphill battle against an invisible enemy. Maria came over, bringing food and her usual unwavering support. "You look terrible, Alex," she said, her expression full of concern. "This isn't fair, you just got your life back." "I know," I mumbled, running a hand through my hair. "But it feels like it's never truly over. It's always something else. First Caldwell, now Sharma. What's next?" "We'll figure it out," Maria insisted, squeezing my hand. "You always do. You found Caldwell. You identified Sharma. You're becoming a real detective, Alex." Her words, though meant to be encouraging, sent a shiver down my spine. A detective. Was that who I was becoming, constantly looking for patterns, for anomalies, for the hidden currents beneath the surface? The university initiated another internal review, this one even more extensive, focusing on the security protocols around the highly sensitive quantum computing lab. The federal agencies, specifically the FBI and NSA, took over the main investigation into Anya Sharma, given the potential national security implications. My role and that of Dr. Albright and Ms. Davies shifted to providing expert technical assistance, deciphering the theoretical and practical aspects of quantum data exfiltration. We learned that Anya Sharma, like Caldwell, had been brilliant, but also deeply disillusioned with the academic system. She believed her groundbreaking theoretical work was being stifled by bureaucratic red tape and slow-moving ethical committees. She felt her genius was being held back, confined by outdated rules. She saw herself as a visionary, Dr. Albright explained during one of our meetings with the federal agents. Someone who was ready to leap into the future, while the rest of the world was still debating the ethics of walking. She was frustrated by the pace of discovery, the slow adoption of truly revolutionary technology. "So she took matters into her own hands?" I asked, remembering Caldwell's distorted sense of intellectual ownership. "It appears so," Dr. Albright confirmed, her gaze distant. She believed her work, particularly in secure quantum communications, was too important to be kept under wraps. She spoke of liberating information, of breaking down the barriers to progress. "We suspect she was exfiltrating data, not for personal gain, but to disseminate it to what she considered to be more open or progressive entities, perhaps even rogue scientific groups or ideologically aligned hacktivist collectives." The FBI agents listening in exchanged grim glances. A rogue quantum physicist disseminating highly sensitive data to unknown entities, all under the guise of intellectual liberation. It was a terrifying prospect. The search for the discarded quantum device continued along I-North, but yielded nothing. It was too small, too well camouflaged, and the dark highway at high speed offered countless places to simply toss something into the undergrowth. Without it, the case against Anya Sharma for quantum data exfiltration remained largely circumstantial. They had her for fleeing and obstruction of justice, but the deeper, more dangerous crimes were harder to prove. This lack of conclusive evidence, the lingering uncertainty, gnawed at me. It felt like another victory snatched away, another shadow left in the periphery. One afternoon, a few weeks after Anya's arrest, I was back in the quantum computing lab, assisting Ms. Davies' team with a detailed forensic analysis of the lab's hardware. We were trying to identify any lingering traces of her quantum operations, any subtle modifications to the processors or the optical components. It was painstaking work, examining every circuit board, every fiber optic cable, every cryogenic cooling unit. The lab was a maze of highly specialized equipment, cold and sterile, humming with an alien energy. As I was examining a series of high-precision laser emitters used for qubit manipulation, I noticed something odd. One of the optical fiber connectors, which should have been a standard, university-issued component, had a faint, almost invisible scratch on its metallic housing. It was tiny, barely noticeable, but it caught my eye. It looked like a tool mark, an impression from a specialized wrench or removal tool. I called over one of Ms. Davies' senior technicians. "Can you check this connector? It looks like it's been tampered with, or at least removed and reinserted very recently." The technician, a meticulous individual named Sarah, took a closer look, adjusting her magnifying visor. Good eye, Mr. Chen, that's unusual. These are usually factory sealed. I'll run a spectroscopic analysis on the scratch, see if we can identify any foreign material, and check the torque on the connector itself." She returned an hour later, her face grim. The spectroscopic analysis showed trace amounts of a unique metallic alloy not found in our standard toolkit or components, and the connector itself was slightly over-torqued. Someone definitely tampered with it. "What does that mean?" I asked, a fresh wave of anxiety washing over me. "It means a component was likely removed, or a custom device was briefly inserted and then reinstalled. Very carefully, they were trying to hide something," Sarah explained. "And this specific alloy, it's found in specialized aerospace and quantum research components not commonly available." We immediately expanded the search. If a component had been removed, it meant Anya Sharma might have taken something small, something critical from the lab itself, something more fundamental than just a mobile entanglement node, something that could enable the quantum transmissions. Hours later, deep within the shielded anti-vibration chamber that housed the core quantum processor, another anomaly was discovered. Not a missing component, but a microscopic etching on the underside of a support bracket for a superconducting magnet. It was a tiny symbol, almost artistic in its design, resembling a stylized, interwoven double helix. Sarah immediately took a high-resolution photo. "This isn't standard manufacturing or any kind of identifying mark we've seen," she said, her voice hushed. "It's like a personal signature, and it's deeply embedded, not an afterthought." The symbol resonated with a vague familiarity, a half-remembered image. I tried to place it, searching the vast archives of my mind. It was subtle, almost like a piece of art. Then a chilling memory resurfaced: Caldwell's apartment. Among the mountain of evidence, the police had found a small, custom-made keychain. On it, engraved, was a similar stylized double helix, though Caldwell's had been more angular, more geometric. It was a variation, a reinterpretation. "Ms. Davies," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "we need to compare this to some evidence from the Aaron Caldwell case, specifically a keychain that was found in his apartment." Ms. Davies, who had just joined us in the lab, looked at me, a sudden comprehension dawning in her eyes. Davies, who had just joined us in the lab, looked at me, a sudden comprehension dawning in her eyes. "Caldwell? What could Caldwell possibly have to do with the quantum lab?" "His key chain," I explained, the words tumbling out. "It had a very similar stylized double helix. Not identical, but the core motif was there, like a variation on a theme. I saw it in the evidence photos after his arrest." Ms. Davies' face tightened. She immediately called Detective Miller. Minutes later, a federal agent from the FBI who had been overseeing the broader investigation joined us, his expression grim. The symbol was photographed, analyzed, and cross-referenced with Caldwell's confiscated belongings. The confirmation came quickly. The symbol etched into the quantum lab's support bracket was an intricate, slightly more elegant version of the double helix found on Caldwell's key chain. It was like a signature or perhaps a family crest, but with a subtle evolution in design. "This changes everything," the FBI agent stated, his voice low and dangerous. "If there's a connection between Caldwell and Sharma, especially one symbolized this way, it implies a deeper, more organized network than we ever imagined." Dr. Albright, who had just arrived, listened, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. A network, but Caldwell was a lone wolf, a reclusive genius. "Or so he presented himself," Ms. Davies countered, her gaze distant. "His reclusiveness, his genius, it could have been a perfect cover, a way to operate without drawing suspicion to a larger organization." My mind raced, connecting disparate threads. Caldwell's obsessive perfectionism, his need for control, his brilliance. Anya Sharma's similar genius, her disillusionment, her belief in liberating information. And now this shared symbolic signature, it wasn't just a coincidence. What if the lone wolf act was just that? I ventured, a chilling thought forming. A decoy, a trial run. Caldwell tested the vulnerabilities, he perfected the methods for operating in the shadows, all while drawing attention to himself as a singular, twisted genius. And then once he was contained, someone else, someone with even greater capabilities, stepped in to continue the work, using his methods, but scaled up and with even more advanced tools. The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the hum of the quantum lab. The FBI agent nodded slowly. A controlled burn or a distraction. Caldwell's public trial, the media circus, it made everyone think the problem was solved, while the real threat was already moving on to its next phase. This new perspective cast Caldwell's entire reign of terror in a different, more terrifying light. My personal nightmare, the one I had fought so hard to overcome, was not an isolated incident of individual malice. It was a stepping stone, a proof of concept, for something far grander and more insidious. Ms. Davies spoke, her voice barely a whisper. This explains why Caldwell never revealed any accomplices. It wasn't just loyalty, it was strategy. He was disposable, designed to take the fall and divert attention. And the symbol, I added, pointing to the etching. It's a declaration, a hidden mark of their shared identity, their allegiance. A secret society of brilliant minds, perhaps, frustrated by the constraints of conventional science, ethics, and governance. Dr. Albright looked at me, a new respect, but also a deep concern in her eyes. Mr. Chen, you're describing a shadow organization, one capable of recruiting and coordinating individuals of immense intellect across disparate fields for unknown ends. The FBI quickly expanded their investigation, re-examining Caldwell's case with this new hypothesis. His personal effects, his communications, his obscure research papers, everything was combed through again, searching for any further clues to this shadow organization. The breakthrough came a few days later. A federal forensics team digging deeper into Caldwell's encrypted hard drives discovered a deeply hidden self-erasing messaging application. It contained only one thread active for several years with an unknown contact. The messages were encrypted with an even more complex proprietary algorithm than Caldwell's usual methods, suggesting a higher level of security, almost certainly external. However, a single message, sent just days before Caldwell's capture, had failed to fully erase due to a rare system glitch. It read, Phase 1 complete, transition to Phase 2 initiated, signal confirmed, the seed has been planted, long live the helix. And beneath it, the same stylized double helix symbol, identical to the one in the quantum lab, and a slightly more angular version of Caldwell's key chain. Phase 1, the seed has been planted, long live the helix. The words resonated with a sinister power. Caldwell hadn't just been a cyberstalker, he was Phase 1. His Project 1 was merely a cover for something far more sinister. And Anya Sharma with her quantum exfiltration was Phase 2. The quantum computing lab wasn't just a target, it was a tool, a new frontier for their shadowy operations. The federal agencies, now fully convinced, moved to interrogate Anya Sharma again, confronting her with the new evidence. This time, faced with irrefutable proof of a coordinated operation and the shared symbol, her composure finally cracked. She admitted to being part of a collective she called the Helix, an informal, highly secretive group of disillusioned scientists, engineers, and ethicists who believed humanity was too slow, too constrained by its own limitations to address the existential challenges facing the planet. They aimed to accelerate progress, to force humanity into a new era of understanding and technological advancement by any means necessary. We are the architects of the future, she had told the interrogators, her voice chillingly calm. Caldwell merely cleared the path, I was opening the door. She refused to name other members, citing an oath to the Helix. But she confirmed the purpose of the device, a mobile quantum entanglement node capable of establishing a secure, untraceable quantum link to a central Helix server. She had indeed discarded it during the chase, but not onto the highway's shoulder. Instead, she had activated a self-destruct sequence, disintegrating it into harmless dust. The data, she claimed, had been successfully transmitted before its destruction. The revelation sent shockwaves through the federal agencies. The Helix was a genuine threat, operating with a level of technological sophistication and ideological fervor that transcended traditional cybercrime or espionage. They were not driven by money or power in the conventional sense, but by a distorted vision of accelerating human evolution. My role in unraveling this larger conspiracy solidified my path. The independent study with Dr. Albright evolved into a formal mentorship, and eventually a specialized research assistantship focusing on advanced threat intelligence and counter-quantum strategies. I worked closely with Dr. Albright and federal experts, helping to develop new detection methods not just for known threats, but for the theoretical vulnerabilities of future technologies. The radio, once a symbol of my personal torment and then my personal triumph, now sat on my desk as a quiet reminder of how small, seemingly isolated events could be mere fragments of a much larger, unseen design. The physical world and the digital world were intertwined, and both were susceptible to manipulation by those with enough genius and ambition. I still checked the locks, still glanced over my shoulder, but my fear had transmuted. It was no longer a paralyzing anxiety, but a sharpened vigilance. I had faced the digital ghost and its quantum successor. I had learned that the world was far more complex, far more permeable than I had ever imagined. The trial of Anya Sharma, like Caldwell's, was a high-profile affair. She was convicted on multiple counts, including espionage and obstruction of justice, but her defiant demeanor and her chilling statements about the helix left an unsettling echo. The helix, though exposed, was not fully dismantled. Its other members remained unknown, their plans still unfolding in the shadows. We had stopped two of their operatives, two of their phases, but the organization itself remained a phantom, a looming question mark on the horizon of global security. I found a new calling, a purpose that stretched beyond the confines of academia. I was no longer just a survivor, I was a guardian, a sentinel. My journey had taken me from a naive student to a warrior in the unseen war against the shadows that sought to manipulate the very fabric of our reality. The world was full of other complexities waiting to be unraveled, and I, Alex Chen, was finally ready to unravel them. I was ready to face the helix and whatever other hidden forces lurked beyond the veil, waiting for their moment to emerge. The game wasn't truly over, it never was, but I was no longer playing defense. I was part of the hunt, and I was ready for the next round.